please. Our opening prayer is actually the second stanza of the anthem. Can we all take it together now, praying? May the Almighty God answer our prayers. Please have your seats. Once again, a few housekeeping for those who came later than when we originally started coming in. We have an exit door, extreme right, an exit left there at your right. And the left here too, we have an exit door there. We have one to the you walk down, turn right, and immediate right, you get the conveniences. Our registrar, I was looking for you. Please come to the high table. He's the one that keeps our registrar. I don't want him to delete my name. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much for welcoming our registrar. We'll stand on existing introductions. We have in our midst past chairmen of branches, our fellows, associates. Thank you for being part of this. Just go straight to why we're here. Your programs on the first page of the notebook in your hands. The program that we're following right there. We have scores of people joining us online, and they have been there since 9 o'clock. So we also thank those who are online joining with us. At the right time, they will be given the opportunity to ask questions, and then we'll attend to them. My name is Esvarbon and Valua Stephen Jagun. I'm the chairman of the Professional Practice Committee of our esteemed board. This Valuers Assembly falls under the purview of our committee, and I want to appreciate the subcommittee that put this together, ably chaired of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Restoration Board of Nigeria, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Gesh Henshaw, a fellow of our institution and daily register. Let's put our hands together for our chairman as he gives his welcome address.
Good morning, my dear noble colleagues. Welcome to Port Harcourt. I'm quite delighted. This is my first public assignment, and I'm happy to stand in front of all of us here. Before I go into what I have written, what I want to assure all of us here, the only permanent thing in our lives as a group of professionals, as a people, is change. And we have to adopt and accept change and changes as they come. For me, as your chairman, I came and I saw that we need this assembly because this is one of the ways that the board can come together and chat with stakeholders. That is why last year we couldn't because of obvious reasons, the COVID. But we want to continue where we stopped. And for this reason, please, this year we are here. God keeping us alive will do exploits as we continue. With profound respect to the 6th President of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Estate Surveyor Alhaji A.O. Shote, and former chairman of Esvarbon, who is with us virtually, and all other past chairmen of Esvarbon and past presidents of NIVES. I also welcome the current president of NIVES, Chief Sir Emmanuel Okaz-Wike, who is physically here and he's at home. You can all see. He's not sweating, he's very relaxed. We regard him as our chief host for obvious reasons. Let me also in a special way welcome all distinguished board members. My board members are here, they are always there for you. They have come in from different parts of the country and abroad who have joined us via Zoom in this hybrid physical and virtual event. I welcome you. I am most delighted that you are with us. I want to pause it to apologize to you that we had to, I think this is part of what the pandemic has brought to us. We have to be more time conscious in our activities because this event is virtual and physical, and people have joined from Canada, London, and so on. So we have to try to keep to time because they have already joined when we were still trying to get ready. So I think this is an area we have to improve upon as we progress. We apologize to all our members outside who joined, but we didn't start as at when we said we are going to start. Please, we are sorry for that. I want to state that the Valuers Assembly was conceived by the board in 2017 as an annual gathering of registered estate surveyors and valuers. Why I emphasize this is because I had calls from all over. I said, NIVES is from cradle to old fellows. This one is for people who for themselves and how we can strengthen our existence as a professional group that people should reckon with. So that is why we don't find any unregistered. I'm using that unregistered in quotes in our midst, please. So that if you are asked as a participant, you tell them it was mainly for registered estate surveyors and valuers. It was intended to offer a forum for registered persons and the board to cross-fertilize ideas that will not only aid the practice of the profession, but will also enhance its effective and efficient regulation and control by the board. The maiden edition of the assembly, which was presided over by my dear friend, the 14th President, Estate Surveyor Yinka Shunaike, took place on the 14th of November with the theme, Estate Surveying and Valuation in Nigeria, Regulating the Profession for Public Good and Practitioners' Development. Those who were there, today is an opportunity to ask yourself what we took home on that occasion, how have we improved or used it to impact on our professional practice. After the maiden edition, the light was extinguished, and since then the assembly never held, like I said, for obvious reasons. The current board has come, the theme and sub-themes to assert are age-long acquisition of knowledge, skills, and competence in valuation and access of assets and properties of diverse nature. Care was also taken to draw attention to reconcile areas of estate surveying and valuation practice which we have demonstrable competence. Some of the users of our services may not be here with us today, but I want to assure you that the next assembly will be expanded. Please note what I'm saying here. And like I want to assure all of us who are here who are registered persons, the need for this assembly is to add value to our knowledge system and practice. And what I'm saying here that we will expand this assembly by next year to have people who we relate with, our stakeholders, physically present to share their experiences with us, as well as their expectations from us. You will see the need for this. Because if we bring in people like AMCON, EFCC, the Bankers Committee, the issue of people going to do 10,000 naira valuation, and they come and complain, you pay peanuts, you get peanuts. Because people who compromise up to that level to take 10,000 naira to do evaluation, it means they are not going to give you what you are expecting. So we will bring them here to chit-chat. We are the people who are offering this service, and you are the people getting the service, and you are the people shooting your leg, yourself on your foot when you go around and compromise, and then you come and complain in the public, the estate surveyors do this. You pay peanuts, you get peanuts. We will bring them here to tell us your problems. We will tell you our problems. He who wears the shoes knows where it pinches. So please, that is where we are going as a board. I want to assure all of us. Some of the users of our services may not be here with us today, but we can assure you that next assembly will bring them in. This will include the Bankers Committee, NICOM, AMCON, BPP, Financial Reporting Council, EFC, etc., and etc. We shall also invite representatives of other regulatory bodies and some major individual users of our services to share knowledge and experiences with us. Be rest assured that this board is poised to reposition the profession and ensure its regulations. I have received a few suggestions to allow non-registered persons, probationers, and students to participate in the event. But I reiterate that the Valuers Assembly is a convergence of valuers and should be only for persons who have been found fit and proper by the board and so licensed or registered to practice. Please let us leave it as that for now. If in future there is need to talk to Knives to open his gate for their people to join us, but for now, please, my plea is that let us registered persons talk to ourselves and go and disseminate whatever we get. Thank you. We are glad that Knives have not rested on its hours of promoting continuing professional development of its members, which it made mandatory. Non-registered persons, probationers, graduates, and students can still avail themselves for further training in those windows. That is our position for now. As I end this address, please let me remind you that your feedback is vital to us. If we come, we talk and go away and nobody tells me, Gershom Henshaw, this thing you said, or this discussant, or this presenter said, these are the things I take away and these are the things I'm expecting. If I don't get a feedback, there will be no avenue for me to bring it up and profile how we can develop ourselves. So we need feedback. And not only from the professors who are here. I want feedback from that practitioner in Yenagoa whom what we say here in practice, he doesn't find it doable. Am I speaking? Please, the feedback mechanism is very, very relevant in today's global world. Do not hesitate to tell us how you feel or think we can deliver better services to you. Meanwhile, please bear in mind that your effective participation in the event will earn you 8 credit points, which will go a long way in enabling renewal of your practicing license. Even if you are not practicing, you one day want to practice, so you need these 8 hours before we will give you that renewal license. I welcome you once again, and thank you for your kind attention. Please relax and let's interface with ourselves. Bless you.
Is that the best we can do for the chairman? He will just instruct the registrar to question mark your name on the register. So let's put our hands together properly for him. Thank you very much. Please want to remind all, also encourage all our council members here present to please come to the front seats. Front seats have been reserved for you. That's part of the privileges that you enjoy for the selfless service that you render. Please note the last paragraph of the chairman's address reminds us that there's going to be the credit points will be used for the renewal of your practicing license. So if next year you want to renew your license and the registrar is asking that you are not due for registration, you know the reasons. So I want to congratulate those who are physically here and those who are with us virtually. As we proceed, we want to give room to the president of the Nigerian Institution of Ethics, Surveillance and Valuers, our own chief host today. Okay, I have directives that even past council members should please come to the front. That's an order from the chairman of the board. Past and present council members should please come to the front. I understand there's a doctor behind there. Abia chair is behind, Imo chair, Cross River chair, Lagos chair, National Treasurer chair. All the chairs should come to the front and take their chair. Do they want us to clap for them before coming to the front? Okay, let's clap for them. Let's encourage them. Let's encourage them. Let's encourage them. Now they are coming, including Nadia chair. You see, after encouragement, now they came. Or your chair. Even our nurse, yes, the first lady chairman of Lagos, that's my chairman. Please clap for her before she sent me out of Lagos. Thank you very much. So, like I was saying, we are in the hands of a very good host. He's promised to take good care of us. So please don't be in a hurry to leave Port Harcourt. And he has told us that we are secured. So we want to welcome to the podium to give his goodwill message our own Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Chief Sir Emma Wike. Let's put our hands together for him.
Good morning. I was told that the chief host of this event is the chairman of the board. I'm only supporting him as the president of the institution and also as a citizen of Rivers State, and to assure you that you are in safe hands. So the person that is hosting us is the chairman of the board, but I'm going to give him all the support so that the media will not go out of this place and say the president of the Nigerian Institution of Ethics, Surveillance and Valuers has taken over Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board. We know that we are two sides of the same coin. They have their own role, we have our own role. But I want to thank you for coming to Port Harcourt. The chairman of the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board of Nigeria, Estate Surveyor and Valuer High Chief Gershon Henshaw, the registrar of the Registration Board, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Ifeanyi Uzowanne, the other members of the Registration Board here present, and those with us virtually, the first Vice President of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Jumbu Amayebo. Permit me to recognize the past President of our institution, James Omeru, all the way from Delta State. You are welcome to Port Harcourt. Let me recognize all my council members here present. Let me also recognize our distinguished resource persons that is going to lecture us today. I want to congratulate you all for coming, and I thank God for granting us journey mercies from our different destinations to Port Harcourt, the garden city of Nigeria. Distinguished noble colleagues, I am indeed delighted to welcome you to Port Harcourt, Rivers State, and also honored to be given the opportunity to deliver this goodwill message on this occasion of the 2021 Valuers Assembly with the theme, Assets Valuation as an Economic Tool for Decision-Making in Emerging Markets. This is a crucial issue in real estate investment with capacity of reducing appreciably the myriad of problems confronting the sector and positioning it as the key driver of national economy. Valuers Assembly is another commendable initiative of the board that brings all registered estate surveyors and valuers together with the objective of engaging the regulated in training and retraining to meet international standards of practice and to get us aligned with the trend in the global real estate market, including specialization. Gone are the days we see ourselves as jack of all trades and master of none. Doesn't work anymore. We must specialize, look at our area of competence, and ensure that we retrain and get ourselves acquainted with what is happening globally. Real estate investment is one of the panacea for economic instability in Nigeria, no doubt. Real estate investment have the capacity of transforming the economy of Nigeria to eradicate or reduce at least the hardship and poverty substantially. Interestingly, the emerging real estate market in Nigeria is characterized with investments in residential, commercial, industrial, and tourism properties, with private developers playing key roles. And then, what is our role? And of course, in real estate investment and development, huge capital, often sourced from banks and other financial institutions, are involved. This calls for asset valuation for the decision-making in facilitating loans and advances. As professionals, estate surveyors and valuers, trained and equipped with competencies to undertake valuation of all types of assets, our valuation must be real, market-driven, focusing more on investment and direct market comparison, because we are invariably suggesting to the banks or those financial institutions that the property developer has presented a loan guaranteed access good enough as collateral in event of failure or inability to pay the loan. Consequently, asset valuation has become a priority and a major tool among several others, both for economic decision and sustainable economic development. This must be appropriately articulated by this August Assembly for us to know the importance of our valuation reports. Distinguished noble colleagues, it is my strong belief that this Assembly will provide the platform for exchange of robust ideas that will further enhance our capacities and competencies for effective asset valuation in our strategic role in driving the economy of our dear great nation, Nigeria. I wish to encourage every one of us to take advantage of the benefits offered by this acting to ensure our competencies in valuation of assets. We might not be those that are in valuation faculties or business group, but as estate surveyors and valuers, we must be ready to defend our report whenever we are called upon. Let me also use this opportunity to thank the chairman and other members of the registration board for the cordial relationship that has existed between the institution and the board. We have never had it so good. Since the assumption of the present chairman, we have been working together for the benefit of the institution and the profession at large. He has always told me that so long as this board is concerned, that we will work together to ensure that we replace the profession at the level where we belong to, and that he is willing at any point in time to ensure that we carry out programs that will actually empower estate surveyors and valuers to do their job and do it ethically. Mr. Chairman, sir, on behalf of the institution, if you look at other professional bodies, you find out that there's always problem between the professional body and the regulatory body. But in our own case, we have had it so smooth, and it's things that we should enjoy, and I want to plead with the chairman and other board members to please maintain this cordial relationship, if not for anything, for the benefit of the profession and for the oncoming young ones. I therefore, on behalf of the National Council, on behalf of the Council and the entire members of Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers nationwide, congratulate our highly esteemed regulatory board, Estate Surveying and Valuation Registration Board of Nigeria, for this monumental initiative aimed at enriching our competencies and experiences. There might be people who are here who have just come to learn, but let me assure you that to have resource persons that the board has looked critically and from their experiences and competencies will be willing to lend their hands and their activities for others to learn from. Therefore, I want to plead with all of us that we should please relax, enjoy these deliberations, discussions, conclusions, and recommendations, which we believe will widely be circulated for the benefit of every one of us here present and those joining us online, and also for our service users. Time has come when we have to think out of the box to let our service users know that we are in charge of valuation. Thank you and welcome to Port Harcourt. Let me also say that I am, like I said before, I am supporting the chairman as the chief host. I have told Wenga that just told me he has his flight today, that he has, if he knows that I'm the president, he has to cancel that flight. Let me say it publicly now so that he'll be my witness. Wenga cannot come to Port Harcourt and tell me that he will not go to my house. I'm hosting you people tomorrow. So if you know you have your flight tomorrow, cancel it. If not, you know what I will do.
Our president is not threatening you. He's just trying to use his power. Let's put our hands together for him. The president is always the president. Please appeal to us to ensure that our phones are switched in silence or flight mode if possible. Or if you don't want to miss those agency briefs, valuation briefs, you can just put them on silence so that we don't disturb the proceeding. We move straight to the main reason why we're here, which is the lectures. I want to take the lead paper, which says asset valuation as an economic tool for decision-making in an emerging market. And to do justice to that, we have a young man who graduated in 1987 from University of Lagos, read estate surveying and valuation, After his graduation, he worked with Fox & Co. I don't know how many of the below 10 surveyors know the company called Fox & Co. Sir? Successor to an. And then from there, he had a stint with Rainbow Home Savings and Loans, which are mortgage bankers, where he left as AGM Estates to pioneer Estate Links and Benga Olaniyan Associates. He is presently the principal partner of Benga Olaniyan Associates, Estate Surveyors and Valuers, and the chairman of board of directors of Estate Links Limited. It's worthy of note that Benga Olaniyan and Associates won the award for Professional Estate Surveying and Valuation Firm of the Year by the very branch, Lagos State branch, for 2017 to 2019. He also has a knack for serial entrepreneurs. He's on board of several companies in Nigeria and in America. He's a fellow of a noble institution, a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors and Valuers, and of the International Real Estate Federation, FIAPSI. He's currently invited to corporate events and conferences worldwide to speak on real estate, mass housing and construction, notable of which are the African Day at the London Business School and Harvard Business School, respectively. Let's put our hands together for this. So we are privileged that he's here to speak to us because recently he was at the Caribbean Surveyors Conference in Trinidad and Tobago and also at the Castle 50th anniversary in London to speak on these same subjects. Over the years, he's done some executive courses, including those at the Lagos Business School and the Harvard Business School, Boston, USA. I speak of no other person than Estate Surveyor and Valuer Benga Olaniyan. Let's put our hands together for him. If you don't clap properly, his private jet is outside there. The pilot will just take off.
Distinguished noble colleagues, permit me to stand on the existing protocol, even while recognizing my president, who has threatened. I'm not sure what the threat is, but I realize that it is impossible for me to leave Port Harcourt today, even if he has to put out his private jet. I know he has one, he's a very humble man, to take me to Lagos. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to thank every single one of you physically present and those online. I do not take this privilege for granted. I'm probably not the most competent to speak on this topic, but I'll try my very best to do justice to it. My presentation will basically be on PowerPoint. So I'm actually worried about how those on the high table would see it, but I know that there are people who know more than me, so they can listen and receive. I'm sure you can probably see it from there. I'll start with some definitions that I believe we all know. The first is, we're talking about assets here today. Can I have the next slide? What is an asset? Straightforward. There's nobody here who doesn't know it. But I think for the next 5 minutes, just to lay a foundation, I will be going through some very basic and rudimentary definitions. An asset is an item of property owned by a person or company regarded as having value and available to meet debts, commitments, or legacies. It is a useful or valuable thing or person, so it could be a person. Asset valuation is a way in which the worth of a company, a property, security, antique, or any other item of worth is valued. An asset valuation is commonly conducted prior to the sale of assets, mergers, acquisitions, etc., or for the purpose of insuring such assets. We all know this. Now, we know that an asset can be grouped into two major classes: tangible and intangible assets. Tangible assets contain various subclasses, including current assets and fixed assets. Current assets include inventory and accounts receivable, while fixed assets include buildings and equipment. Now, I dare say that majority of us as valuers have concentrated on building our competence on fixed assets while ignoring competence in valuing current assets. Now, what's the general classification of these fixed assets? Next slide. Number one, land and buildings, which is what most of us have competence in. Plants and equipment, chattels, furniture and fittings, and vehicles. Next slide. Now we're talking about valuation for decision making in an emerging market. That's why we're here today. Who are the general users in emerging markets? The first is international and institutional users. And there's several of them looking into emerging markets such as Nigeria today. So we definitely need to be prepared. We need to be competent. We need to position ourselves to be able to offer a solid service to these people. Then we have home buyers. We have banks. We have government bodies. We have MDAs. We have other stakeholders, shareholders, and other investors. Now, to go towards the end of definitions before we go into the paper proper. Now, what we would say is the aim. We are valuers. For us to value, we need to understand what the aim is from the perspective of the users. Next slide, please. The aim of every valuation process is to derive the economic value of an object. Valuations are conducted in a multitude of everyday situations. So we need to realize that. Models need to be easy to apply and simultaneously generate straightforward results. So let's take note of that. Next slide. Now, what's an emerging market? Because I'm sure if we were to ask everyone here, we would say Nigeria is an emerging market. But what makes us an emerging market? Now, approximately 150 countries out of 206 fall below conventional definitions of development. Most institutional and international investors, and this has been researched, actually focus on about 30. And the good thing is that Nigeria is included in these 30 countries, mainly because of our population and the size of our economy. The other approximately 120 pre-transition countries also offer interesting investment opportunities, so these people are looking at those countries. But then, what are the main difficulties of investing in these markets? And this is where valuers should now start looking at opportunities. There are quite a number. The very first one is the problem of transparency, problem of liquidity in the economy, problem of infrastructure, problem of governance. The next one, I find it difficult to say, but I have to say it, problem of corruption, as well as their impact on pricing. Because you definitely need to look at these indices while carrying out your valuation. The risk factor involved in every country is a consideration. And I tell you this, when you are talking to investors, you need to talk about the volatility. Otherwise, you are not doing your job. For instance, if you were to have advised a client in March last year to sell a plot of land on Banana Island at 500,000 per square meter, And this year he comes back to you that it is now 1.1 million naira per square meter. I'm telling you, well, those practicing in Lagos would know. It has gone up by about 115%. Your client now comes to you and asks you, why did you advise me to sell? This is a client coming from a developed country where properties in the craziest season would actually appreciate by a maximum of 10%. So you advised him last year to sell for half of what it is worth today. So the issue of volatility has to be considered even in our valuations, and we need to input them when we submit these valuations. I'll be talking about this later. Now, the final definitions. Next slide. What are the characteristics of investments in an emerging market? I just spoke about that. Next slide. The final set of definitions, then we go into business. Why companies require valuation for decision making? We all know this, but you know there's some things that you know, but you need to keep reminding yourselves for you to understand why you are in this business. The first one, business owners who are aware of valuations are in a much better place to make decisions regarding their companies, simply because they have an understanding of the true situation of the company. Number two, in the event that two companies are merging, because many of us are not even involved in mergers and acquisitions, or if a company is to be taken over, asset valuation is important because it helps both parties determine the true value of their business. It is an essential tool for business owners to assess both opportunities and opportunity costs as they plan for future growth. Very important. It also determines the economic value of a business or a business unit. Extremely important. Asset valuation helps the companies to identify the right price for an asset, especially when it is offered to be bought or sold, or for a lender to take a decision on an asset being used as a collateral. The final one, all public companies are regulated, which means they need to present audited financial statements for transparency. Part of the audit process involves verifying the values of assets. We still need to do better in this part. Now I'll skip the next two slides because of time. Can you skip the next slide? And yes. When I was preparing the slides, I thought, you know what? There's no point. You're talking to registered valuers. You cannot come here and be speaking about traditional valuation methods that we all know about. But then last night, in my hotel room, I just thought, you know what? There is a bit of information here. And let's talk through these, because there's some of these methods that I dare say some of us have never even used. Comparison method. Of course, this is the traditional method all over the world, and generally viewed as the most accurate when you have sufficient data. Income capitalization. A lot of us use that. Discounted cash flow. I dare say that there's several of us, because of the kind of valuations we do, who since we left university some 15, 20, 30 years ago, have never applied this method of valuation. We recently employed a valuer, well, not recently, several years ago, who had spent about 7 years in a firm. And I was shocked when he mentioned that the only method, 2 methods he had used, and I'm sure if I was to ask, you guess right, comparison and the replacement cost, which again is one of the most dangerous methods to use in some cases. We'll come to that. Then, of course, the residual method of valuation. Next slide. Now, what are our key challenges? From my perspective, because I'm sure there are many more, and some may not agree with what I'm saying here. I'm talking about key challenges facing valuers in Nigeria, in this emerging market specifically. Breach of set valuation standards. And I'm glad that even when the Esvarbon chair was speaking, he even talked about the kind of fees that people collect. But I'm not here to discuss that today. Compromising our professionalism. Number 3, erroneous valuation figures. I remember, I think it was in 2005, there was a member of the Professional Practice Committee. And the first case that came to us was a case brought to us by a bank where one valuer had valued a property. I can't forget these figures. They remain in my head forever. One valuer, 205 million, the other valuer, 900 million. So, of course, what did we do? We got 2 of our colleagues to do a valuation, and both of them came somewhere around the 200 million mark. So we were quite happy that at least this meant that we had one of them who was right. But this is what we're talking about. That's not a case of a mistake. You do not expect to be beyond each other by more than 10%. If someone values at 200, the other person at 220, it is an opinion. Valuation is not mathematics. It's an opinion. And if there's anyone here who hasn't done what I'm about to say, where your valuation comes up at 99 million and you think it's too heavy a round figure, and you take it up by about 100,000, we are not talking about that. We're talking about when people go out deliberately to cook up figures. Lack of information on title to properties. Now, there are too many of us who are giving valuations, especially for buildings. And we go straight there, look at the building, do our calculations, and submit. Several times we don't even ask for title documents. We were employed by a bank about 7 years ago to do their portfolio optimization throughout Nigeria. And we insisted we want to see all the title documents. And there was a property on Lugard Avenue in Ikoyi that when we picked the document, it had 19 years unexpired. And when we picked the valuation report someone had done, of course, he had his caveat there that he did not cite any documents, so he had not done anything wrong, but he asked for it. When we found out from the bank, the valuer did not ask for those documents. So let us not be lazy with our valuations, because you are right by putting that caveat that you did cite the document. But you need to let your clients realize the impact of not giving you the document. That you might have a 99-year lease and you might have a 2-year lease. There's a difference. So let's be careful with that. Then inadequate documentation and deficient asset records. Again, this is similar to what I just spoke about. Hoarding of valuation-related information. I'm going to tie this to the last point, which is a lack of a proper valuation database. You see, you call some colleagues and you wonder what exactly is wrong with them. I'm sorry, I'm a bit too brutally frank when I speak. Because you call and you ask, how much did you sell so for? And he's giving you a range, but you sold the property. Is it that you do not want other colleagues to progress? Information is to be given freely, especially since we still do not have a data bank. So again, we need to work on that. Next slide. Now, what are the challenges to investors in Africa as they affect valuation? I've spoken about the first one. High interest rates, land tenure problems, again, you definitely need to advise your clients that what you have is not necessarily the physical land. It is the title to the land that you have. So when there are land tenure issues, I mean, there's what we call the Omonile land in Lagos. So I never touch those things, because how do you advise someone that an area boy wearing a Chelsea t-shirt will come out and attack your workmen? So we need to ensure that the information we give out to people is authentic and it's right. Currency risk. We need to talk about this. Listen, we need to be fully abreast of the currency issues in Nigeria, because we are talking about, when we're talking about people, decision-making in emerging markets, majority of the people we're talking about are coming from outside. I remember a property somewhere in Ikoyi that we were asked to do a valuation and to do some projections for them. The investor ended up not buying, but he thanked us into the ground. What were we asked to do? Rental valuation with projections. This was a property that in 2014 was fetching $45,000 per square meter per flat. Sorry, $45,000 per flat per annum. But the $45,000 then was 7 million naira. Today, the property is fetching 10 million naira, which to the naked eye seems like it is appreciating. But this is an institutional investor bringing in dollars. So we informed him it was 7 million naira in 2014, but that was $45,000. In 2020, at that time it was 500, it's 550 today. We told him that right now it is 10 million naira, but that is now $20,000. So in 2014, it was fetching $45,000 equivalent. So it was 10 million. Today it's $20,000 equivalent. Sorry, it was 7 at 10 million. So you need to profile your client to decide what kind of information you'd give them. These guys will keep coming back to you. I tell you, if they try reaching me, one of the partners in the firm is here. We are in fact the only two who handle that portfolio. And they don't get us, they're not going to call anyone else because of the information we gave them. So it is extremely important for you to profile your client and give all the information that you believe is available to you and is required by that client. Next slide. Let's keep this. Go to the next one. Now, how do we access information for our valuations? The first thing is market research and data analysis. One of the salient duties of a valuer to the client is to carry out proper market research and analysis. This is imperative as it is a determinant to the opinion of value and the valuation in general. The market research, which is dependent on the purpose of valuation, involves the basis of valuation, the method of valuation, field inspection, gathering of comparables, derivation of history, which is what I talked about, including history of the site, market predictions and projections, and so on. The question is, how developed should our market be today? Next slide. And I'm going to use this scenario in the US, which several of us are aware of. Without doubt, the most accurate method of valuation in a market where data exists, is the comparison method. Now, we will examine the kind of data available to valuers in an advanced country. The USA. This is a country where you can borrow money for your down payment. Get yourself a first mortgage, remortgage your property, and still call yourself a homeowner. So this is secured lending at its best. Clearly, as valuers in such a country, you must be at your very best because of what your information is being used for. There is no room for failure. Valuations must therefore be spot on. Now, I'm going to use these comparables on a transaction we were involved in Atlanta. It's just to let us know the kind of differences or the kind of data available. Now, the property that was being valued, next slide. This was in April 2017, was in an estate known as Avondale Estate. The price, the value at that point was $580,000. A 3-bed house, 2 baths. The size of the house was 1,988 square feet. Now, let me step back a bit. Our practice here is still relatively rudimentary. Out there, you cannot value 2 houses side by side. One is 2,000 square feet. The next one is 3,000. Well, we'll use metric here. So one is 250 square meters. The other one is 350 square meters. They are both 5 beds. But we assume that this is a 5-bedroom house beside this one without considering the floor space of the building. The year this property was built was 1963. Now, the 2 comparables used, next slide. One was built in 1945, but was 2,010 square feet. The other one was built in 1951, but was 2,001 square feet. And these 2 properties were within half a mile to this property. So the work of valuers out there is so easy. You go on your, I really talk down at them. I say, you are computer valuers. Because you inspect a property and you go on your computer, you're going through the interiors of the properties because no one is hoarding data. And data is generally available. This is where our market needs to be. Our data bank has to be spot on. And I need to mention something here. We were involved in a valuation. You know, an international company. You know, all these companies that come to Nigeria, and I so much thank Esvarbon and Naives for protecting our space. They felt they could do this valuation in Nigeria. When they realized they couldn't do it, they passed it on to us. But what they did not do was just give us the valuation and say, do it. They came, walked around with us. Yemi is my witness. He's sitting down there. Walked around with us. When we were producing comparables, they were saying these are not comparables because these are not properties that have been sold. These are asking prices. How can you call these comparables? And in Nigeria, where someone fixes a property for 200 million, that is worth 100 million, and it tells you they will price it now. So you then pick the 200 million and you put that as a comparable for a property worth 100 million. We have to get ourselves to a stage where the only comparables we use are properties that have been actually sold. We do not touch data from castles or Gates said, you do not drown by falling in the water. You drown by staying there if you do not move. He also says how you gather, manage, and use information will determine whether you win or lose. Now I'm going to talk about some more complex valuations. One of them, next slide, valuation of intangible assets, as we all know, is more complex and requires an experienced valuer doing much more research and due diligence. As valuers in Nigeria, we have continued to grow our competence in the valuation of land, building, plant, and machinery. However, the time has come for us to own our space by building competence in the valuation of businesses and specialized real estate. And I'm going to talk to you about a valuation that I mean, it was a mock valuation I was involved in at an RICS conference in Chicago in 2017. Next slide. The first case study was the valuation of the Chicago Cubs, a professional baseball team. Now, if we are asked to come, I'm in Port Harcourt. Mr. President, do we still have Sharks of Port Harcourt? Rivers United. You are asked to value Rivers United. A lot of us will scratch our heads and say, I'm coming. This was the valuation of Chicago Cubs. Now, when I tell you how it was done, you now remember these are things we were taught in school. It's not rocket science. Can I have the next slide? Okay. The first approach that was used was the income approach. We projected the net operating income. We compared it with the income of 2016, which we were given a lot about the danger in the cost method that I talked about at the beginning. Then we also projected a premium for joining the second most expensive club. 25 to 30% was projected. But we need to remember as valuers that such projections are generally not considered in secured lending valuations, but will be considered in an arm's length valuation because you cannot prove them. So at the end of this exercise, the cost approach was considered as the most valid approach. Second study. Next slide. Next slide, please. Apologies, I think I haven't been polite. When I say next slide, he doesn't change it. But when I say next slide, please, he changes it. My apologies. Can you take my please in advance? Thank you so much for your good work. Now, what will the value of this house be? The White House. Again, some appraisers, some valuers tried to put a value to it. The first appraiser put a potential rental income of $5 million per annum. Remember, Donald Trump wasn't even president at this time. Or was he president in 2016? No, he came in 2017. But his Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach, often dubbed as the White House of the South, had been valued, and it was valued at $100 million. Another solid structure of similar size and similar appeal, because we always have to remember the appeal for specialized properties. This was Hugh Hefner's Playboy Mansion in Los Angeles, had been sold for $100 million. Next slide, please. A second, please. Thank you. Now, these comparables were situated thousands of miles apart within the US. But I'm going somewhere. Next slide, please. Another appraiser, Los Angeles-based appraiser, believed that the value of the White House would be in the region of 100 million based on these comparables. Now, she also estimated that the potential rental income, by comparing it to income derived from the Jefferson Hotel, a property of a similar size and similar location, they were now looking at highest and best use. And when they did that valuation, it led to a value of 86 million. The average of these values gave them 95 million, which was adopted. Next slide, please. But there was now a twist in this story. The twist was that a few people now thought, you have not considered a valuation of the celebrity factor of the structure and also objects in the White House that can never be replicated. And this lady also noted that the skill sets involved to replicate some of its more unique and historic features has become lost art. Finding craftspeople for such unique features may be nearly impossible today. So there will be times where a number of us will be called upon to value structures that are just beyond properties. These are buildings that have a lot of historic value. They even have so many things that cannot be replicated in them. We also have to start developing the competence when called upon. I'm not saying Aso Rock will be sold because I know people are listening online. Please, oh. But what I mean is if you are called upon to value Aso Rock tomorrow, all of these things have to be considered. Now, the final example I'm going to give here, next slide, please, is advisory services by valuers. Advisory services. You see, for most of us, when we talk about valuation, we just look at the fact that someone comes and says, there is this 4-bed detached house, go and value it. There's this 12-story office block, 1,000 square meters per floor, please go and value it. But now, clients are coming to us saying, listen, this structure, what do I do with it? So you're talking about a combination of appraisal, you're talking about, and you see, it's interesting. I see Professor Tekulu here, and I read, well, I don't think he's released it, but he asked me to go through a book that he's coming up with. And honestly, thank God, I didn't know you'd be here. He didn't say I should advertise it. We need to do a lot of research. We need to be fully prepared because I haven't got a few things out of there. Now, we were recently invited by a church in Lagos. They've built this huge structure. The plan was to have a sanctuary for about 3,000 people. There were probably like 40 offices, different things here and there. And they said, listen, we are inviting you to come and repurpose this property for us. Those were their words, repurpose. And we went there, we looked at the structure. And interestingly, I've written this here. Repurposing involves a full appraisal of the entire property or project, and it tests the versatility, resourcefulness, and general experience of a valuer. It tasks the valuer's ability to provide advice on the most suitable options, critical to meeting and surpassing the expectation of his client and achieving the overall objective of the project. It therefore behoves on the valuer to ensure that his professional capability is not called to question when his advice is subjected to a performance test. Next slide, please. So what did we do? We were to advise on this property worth about 10 billion, really, really huge. And we were not just told to advise. We were meant to advise on how to make it income producing while still keeping the community centeredness of the structure. Difficult job. You want to produce income and you want to do some free stuff for the community. But as valuers, you must be able to do this. So our study included a site analysis, market outlook of the immediate and extended neighborhood, a SWOT analysis of the project, a concept design, financials, and we also gave them a funding model. We are not bankers, but they say also tell us how we can fund this. So we came up with 5 different options, and we gave recommendations. We called our 5th recommendation a hybrid model, because what the structure currently has is parking on the ground floor, a church sanctuary on the 1st floor, with a lot of offices surrounding it. The same thing on the 2nd floor, the same thing on the 3rd floor. So what we did was we kept the sanctuary. We eliminated the entire basement parking because this structure is sited on almost 40,000 square meters. we put a 5-a-side football pitch. Outside, we had to go around to find out how much money people would pay, how frequently they use the football pitch, and we did projections. We also gave them different rental values. For the first floor, of course, the higher you go, the lower the rent. The second floor and the third floor. At the end of it all, we also came out with graphics. So we had to do fresh designs for every floor. I know the screen is not extremely clear. Can you go to the next slide? Next slide. Yes. So this is the site layout. Again, we are not architects, but you have to give value. You have to give value. So we gave them a site layout. So this is what they have adopted. Next slide, please. We also put this in our report, a 5-a-side football pitch with projections. Next slide. First floor, you can see the areas for church use, retail, walkway, stairs, restroom. In fact, the restrooms for that facility were as big as half of this hall. So again, what we needed to do again was space optimization to bring out the latent value of the property. Next slide. First floor, you can see that we retained the church at the core of the building and put all these income-generating facilities around it. Next slide. Next. Now, what did we come up with for a hybrid model? And that's this slide. This was a table that it was all about. How much money are we going to make? So for the retail spaces at 35,000 per square meter, a meeting hall, the upper floors, and the AstroTurf. Then as we were about to submit, we looked at the building from outside and saw that it had a very wide spread and very strategic. So we decided to put an LED screen on the building that would fetch them 40 million per annum. So at the end of it all, the projected rentals for a religious organization that the initial concept was zero income from this property is 417 million, which is what they're going to generate per annum. Now, the point is, when you now take your 10 million fee and you drop it, will they not pay? I'm ready to share this report with anyone. Well, we'll ask the client. It was an 85-page report. That when your client sees it, you'll be afraid of negotiating your fee. We need to get to a stage where we deliver for these clients. Next slide. We also give them a funding mix. How do you fund it? We believed that angel investors and sympathetic capital would give the highest. Then church-led initiatives. Bank finance was meant to be smaller. Forward leases, where you tell someone, take a 10-year lease at 20,000 per square meter instead of 35,000 and pay up front. They've already done a few forward leases. So we also give them a funding mix. And we are getting to a situation where we might now be engaged to drive this process, take it to the end. So this tells us, even as I get towards the end of the paper, I was given 45 minutes. I've got 5 minutes more. I try to keep to time. So how prepared are we? Next slide, please. Note that top players are not meant to be good at storytelling. They're to be good at solving problems and providing solutions. Nobody wants to hear stories. There is no data. You'll find it. Now, 3 points that are non-negotiable. Number one, proposals. Our proposals must be very professional in look, feel, and content. And I'll give you a very short story about this job we got with this religious body. They had shortlisted about 4 of us, 3 estate surveying firms. I realized this later. You know when you now get close to the client, and 1 real estate company. When we were asked to defend this, it was by Zoom. I'm so happy that I decided to join. I joined, another one of the partners joined, and 1 other person. We spent 30 minutes talking to them, explaining what we will do. Remember, we had sent our proposal, solid proposal that we believed was the best. When we finished, the chairman of the board now said, the proposal you sent was the second best. But having listened to you, we will work with you. I was worried that our proposal, when you see this proposal, you want to eat it, just put some salad with it, you want to eat it. Our proposal was solid. But eventually, when we got the job and we got close to the client, we asked if we could see that proposal. When we saw it, all you are doing is you are giving your client a proposal. You have put graphs, you've put pie charts, you've put bar charts, you have even done the proposal already. And this was the non-estate surveying firm that they wanted to give it to. And these guys are getting these jobs when it's not to be banked. Remember, it's only bankable documents that they cannot do evaluation or appraisal of. All they need it for is for advisory. What do we do with this? So we were fortunate that we were allowed to come and defend it. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to go back to the drawing board so that when we are asked to give proposals, go online, check out what people are doing, best practices, your colors. I saw a valuation sent to us from a bank, peer review. I could barely read. I think they still used typewriter or something. So we need to be careful. Our reports also have to be in line with international valuation standards. Thirdly, our firms must be compliant and prepared to execute these valuations when they come. Your compliance level, your taxes, all these other things they tell us to pay, please ensure compliance. I'm glad I'm speaking with registered valuers. Ensure you are compliant. There are times that these jobs come and maybe 100 or 200 valuers put in their papers, and you end up having 17 because most of the others are not compliant. So next slide, as a roundup. Ladies and gentlemen, we must develop research capabilities if we want to compete, because the jobs are starting to come in. And instead of stepping back and grumbling that some people are getting all the jobs, step up your game and the jobs will come to you. You need to be informed on country trends, real estate trends, not just for you to know basic things. You need to know the inflation rate. A client is talking to a valuer, he doesn't know the inflation rate. He's not going to give you the job if he himself knows what he's expecting. Performance of stocks versus real estate, you must know all that. What's the rate of growth in your economy? You must know all that. You must have a fair knowledge of the capital market. That's a competing market for real estate resources. You must know all that. Next slide. Now I want us to, this is a saying by Elon Musk. But if you don't take anything away from here, please take this away. Elon Musk said, it is okay to have your eggs in one basket as long as you control what happens to that basket. I repeat, it is okay to have all your eggs in one basket as long as you control what happens to that basket. As I was driving to the airport in Lagos, the last board I saw, I took a picture of it. There's no point putting it up here. Was contact the solicitor to let. That market is not for us alone. This one that we have put all our eggs in we must ensure that we control that basket. And I dare say this, that this year I was at an event by a state chapter. They gave the property personality of the year to an engineer. Nice. A state chapter. I'm sorry to say this. You own that space. You own that space. When an outsider gives it to someone else, you should wonder that, what's this person doing? So we need to ensure that we blow our own trumpet to get these jobs. We must own our industry to ensure these valuations do not elude us. Now, how do we get there? Next slide. I have two, and I sit down. I saw this on in a business magazine. And, you know, some of these things is not as if it's specific, but it gives you an idea of the steps you take to become a specialist. And this talks about the path to becoming a legend in any profession that you pick. You start as a novice. And of course, we don't have novices here. Then you become a walking drone. Then you become a practitioner. Not necessarily all this, but it's gradual. Then a specialist. Then when you become an authority, you should know all these things we're talking about. Then you become a thought leader, the one they go to when they want to ask about real estate, even when they don't want to pay fees. They call you middle of the night. What do you think? And they take their decisions on it. Then the final one, you become a legend. That's the one who sits at home and everyone comes to. We need to remember that there are steps to all this. But the quicker we get up there, the better for us. Next slide. Now, I ran into this as I was putting together my slides. I just want to hope that I have communicated, because the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that communication has taken place. So I'm really hoping that for a lot of us sitting down here, we'll take this as a take-home, and for the few that we're not already working on, we take those ones and we work on them. And my final words, this is the real last slide. Thank you so much, Mr. Slide Mover. You see, in carrying out our valuations, we need to remember we are human beings. We need to remember the fallibility of the human being by realizing that while we can analyze the past in our valuations, we have to design the future. However good our research may be, we shall never be able to escape from the ultimate dilemma that all our knowledge is about the past and our decisions are about the future. We must therefore constantly refresh our knowledge and be prepared for this future. I thank you so much for listening to me. Have a wonderful day.
I think he deserves another round of applause. Let's put our hands together for him. I believe we all agree that he has done justice to that. Once again, Esvarbon will say very thank you, sir. Please have your seats. That was thought-provoking and very powerful. Thank you very much for making this gathering worth it. We appreciate you, and we believe that we will soon call on you again. Thank you very much. As he was handing over the microphone to me, you can see that I quickly used the sanitizer to sanitize the mic. It came about the fact that some of our online, the virtual attendees, one of them called me and said, you have not been doing something right, you have not been following the protocols, have you been sanitizing the mic? So we appreciate the fact that we're all following up and giving ourselves kudos for doing the right things and also correcting ourselves. Once again, let's put our hands together for ESB Benga Olaniyan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. But I don't know why you associated Omonile with a particular football team. I won't talk to the team members so that we want to invite Dr. Uche Oji to the high table. Is one of our Okoji, please. Can you come to the high table? Let's put our hands together for him. He has a seat by the first vice president. He's homegrown, yes. He's one of the sons of the soil. That's why he's sitting at the back to monitor that we're all fine. Let's put our hands together for him. We want to recognize one of our board of trustees, the Nigerian Institution of Surveyor and Valuer, Surveyor and Valuer, Austin Otegbulu. You are welcome, sir. Let's put our hands together for him. They are the ones that own the institution. We also have in our midst an Surveyor and Valuer, an honorable member of the Rivers State House of Assembly, who has been very supportive of both the local branch and the national body. So we want to recognize Honorable Emo Chinda. Wherever you are, please, I've been ordered to bring you to the front, to come and sit down in the front. I have the mic, so I have power. When I leave this place, you can deal with me. But the president is on my side. I'm protected. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. For our next paper on investment and portfolio management decisions, we have a prof whose wife is a prof, and I believe his father was a prof. He was made a prof in the year 2011. That was 10 years ago. And he's taught in so many of our universities of Lagos, of Uyo, of Akure, of Ilorin, of the Ahmadu Tafawa Balewa University, Ahmadu Bello. Then he has taught in the Kaduna State University, Covenant University, Bay University. I think this man has gone around all the universities. He has also written 2 major textbooks, The Principles and Practice of Property Valuation and Property Feasibility and Viability Studies, and a third, which is on thesis writing, estate management and allied discipline, is in the press. He has been privileged to speak at several foreign forums in Malaysia, in South Africa, in Ghana. Well, let's keep all that and just welcome Professor Estate Surveyor and Valuer Ogumba to the microphone. Let's put hands. You can see he's coming with his laptop. Sir, you have 40 minutes, sir.
I want to stand on the existing protocol, even though the members on the high table are very intimidating. We have our Esvarbon chairman, registrar, national president, deputy vice president. In fact, I should be intimidated. But thank God that I prayed this morning. And so I prayed hard. And I even have many of my professors here. Professor Otegbulu, Professor Kemiki, colleagues, senior colleagues, junior colleagues. But thank God that I'm not alone. God is with me. No, not at all. I salute everyone. Yeah. And I want to appreciate the organizers for inviting me. Like the former speaker said, incidentally, the former speaker, we graduated the same year. Benga. I finished in 87 at IFE, and he finished in 87 at Unilag. So we are colleagues, we are contemporaries. But in terms of money, we are not colleagues. Okay, thank you. The topic I've been asked to speak on is the investment and portfolio management decision. And this is a topic in which I'll take in 5 sections. The next slide, please. Yes, I'll look at an introduction, the investment decision, the direct real estate decision-making process, the portfolio decision-making process, and then some concluding remarks. Next slide. Investment is changing. The way we do investment is changing. And we have a decision to take as to whether we want to change with the times and keep on being relevant, or whether we want to keep on with traditional practices. One of the things that are changing is the type of investment. We are used to what is called direct real estate. Direct real estate is the brick and mortar that we value. But the world is changing. And now we have what we call indirect real estate. Units of real estate. All of us have heard of real estate investment trusts. We have heard of UACN properties. These are indirect real estate investments. And whether we like it or not, the world is changing towards investing in not just direct real estate that we are used to, but also indirect real estate, which is more often than not traded on the stock market. We have direct property traded on the property market, and we have indirect property, units of property, shares, securities traded on the stock market, but not always on the stock market. We can say that we are just going to be concerned with property traded on the property market. But we can also expand our practice to include indirect real estate, which is often traded on the stock market. If you go to the United States, Shogbenga, from the way he was talking, is very familiar with the US market. Even the degree that people take in, is it appraisal or real estate or what have you, a lot of what they are doing is indirect real estate. A lot of it. If you get a degree in real estate from the US, you are like a statistician or a stockbroker operating on the stock market. And even in the UK, where we get our practice from, you find that what is called estate, what used to be called estate management, is beginning to change. Many formerly estate management degrees in the UK are increasingly towing the American line, and they're going a lot into indirect property. Those of us in valuation know that there's a professor in the UK, Professor Andrew Baum. He used to be teaching in Reading. He has now left the teaching in Reading and moved over to practice, where he's dealing with indirect real estate, units of property. He's now an advisor to clients who are operating portfolios. A portfolio is a list of investments, usually indirect property investments. Usually the ownership will not just be one person. You have several owners. And a good example that I can give of a portfolio, that is a list of investments, usually indirect, are the pension funds. A lot of us get salaries. There's the contributory pension going on, and I think 7.5% is taken out of our salaries. The other 7.5% is taken from the employer. All these monies which go every month, they go to a pension fund administrator. Those people collect the money regularly every month, and then they invest. They invest in shares on the stock market, they invest in property, and they invest in bonds. Bonds are fixed interest securities. I must warn us right from the start that please don't shut off, because it is very easy to say, we need to talk about stock markets kind of thing. But if we want to continue to be relevant in investment decision making for our clients who are not just interested in direct property, but also indirect property, then we must learn these things. It involves a lot of statistics. Not maths as such, but statistics. It's not difficult. So you have portfolios. These pension fund administrators are portfolios. They invest the money in 3 basic types of assets: property, shares on the stock market, and bonds. And well, let me just say that bonds are fixed interest securities, very, very much like the treasury bills that we know about. The interest is fixed. I hope we get what I'm saying. You can even get, if you buy a treasury bill, I've tried to buy some until the interest on it became very low. You'll find that you'll be giving your interest up front, isn't it? And the interest is fixed interest security. Shares are variable interest securities, which the dividend is not fixed, unlike treasury bills. Hope we are still together. So there are basically 2 types of portfolios. There's the property-only portfolio. In the Western Nigeria, many of us will have heard of Wemabod Estates or LSDPC in Lagos. These are portfolios, but they are property-only portfolios. Then you have mixed asset portfolios. And these mixed asset portfolios include those 3 things: shares, bonds, and property. You have several owners, but nobody can say, I am the owner. Everybody owns units of the property, units of the shares, units of the bonds. I hope we are still together. Okay, next slide. Now, a decision is a choice made after consideration. But the investment decision is different for direct property, which we are used to, and for indirect property, The decision is an applied valuation decision. For property, for direct property in the property market, what we are doing is we are using applied valuation to determine profitability. That is viability. In other words, what we are doing for direct property is actually a feasibility and viability study. Applied valuation. Decision making is feasibility and viability studies. It involves that for direct property. For indirect property, it is different. We are not looking at profitability alone. If you are going to be an advisor in his portfolio and looking at the assets outside his portfolio, he wants to dispose of assets in his portfolio, any asset in the portfolio whose diversification potential is not good enough, and is constantly looking at properties outside of his portfolio. For example, on the stock market, he'll be looking at properties in the banking sector, GTB, First Bank, and all that, and trying to look at their returns and risk, and trying to say, I want to acquire this property into my portfolio if the diversification potential of that asset is as low as possible. Please don't switch off, even if it is statistics. There's something in statistics called the coefficient of correlation. What do I call it? Okay, you know I'm a teacher. Some of you may be old enough to be my parents, but now you are in my class. Therefore, I will not say you should say, you're welcome, sir. And all that. So, the coefficient of correlation, you must have learned it in statistics. If you have an asset and you have another asset, and you calculate the coefficient of correlation of the returns, you look at the returns of this asset, the returns of your portfolio asset. Remember, you are trying to see whether you should acquire that asset into your portfolio. So you look at that asset, compare the returns with the returns of your portfolio, and then look at the coefficient of correlation of the returns of that asset with the returns of your portfolio. The coefficient of correlation usually varies between -1 and +1. An asset, if there's a coefficient of correlation of +1, it means that the returns of that asset and the returns of your portfolio, they move together. When this one is doing very well, the other one too is doing very well. On the contrary, if the coefficient of correlation is -1, it means that as this one is doing well, the other one is doing badly. Are we still together? Let me give an example of, maybe you want to invest in the car business. When the economy is doing well, people buy new cars. When the economy is not doing well, people buy Tokumbo cars. I'm sure our president has bought a jet. We were told he has bought a jet, but people like us, okay, Benga. Okay. Now, if the economy is doing well and you choose to invest in the new car business, in terms of profitability, you have taken the right decision. But what if the economy starts doing badly? then what will have looked profitable would no longer be profitable. And therefore, one could make a loss. What diversification would say is invest in both the new car business and the tokumbo. I'm sure tokumbo is a Yoruba word, but I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Invest in both so that whatever happens, if the economy does well, you still make profit from new car business. If the economy does not do well, you still make money from the tokumbo car business. Are we together? In other words, what we have done in such a situation is to diversify. You have brought in two assets that as one is doing well, the other is doing badly. In such a case, you have minimized risk. Because in portfolio investment decision making, you don't just look at returns alone, you look at returns with risk. And the point I'm trying to make is that if we are going to be relevant for indirect property, we must learn how to operate portfolio decision making, not just direct property decision making. And I'll keep on emphasizing that in the US and in the UK, that is the direction of real estate learning. If you do a degree today in the US or a degree in the UK, you will definitely learn about real estate portfolio decision making. Definitely. Which means that that is the direction of investment. I've attended a conference before where some senior estate surveyors dismissed portfolio decision making, that it is not relevant to our situation in Nigeria. But if we want to remain relevant in the shape of things in the future, then we must learn this also. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the direct real estate decision making versus the indirect. Is the next slide, please? Okay. Okay, for direct real estate, the surveyor guides the clients by means of an applied valuation called a feasibility and viability appraiser. Now, what we have traditionally been told is that feasibility appraiser is, can it be done? But that is actually not only what it's talking about. The US is far in advance of the UK in terms of feasibility and viability appraiser. When you are doing feasibility appraisal, it is not just can it be done, maybe legally, with the laws permit and so on. There's also what is called market feasibility. What did I call it? Thank you. Please just forgive me for treating you like secondary school student. You are my ogas, spiritual and temporal. Market feasibility involves looking at demand and supply. Many of us and many feasibility reports have looked at feasibility and viability. They focus almost entirely on viability appraisal. Like Benga was saying, we should have a market study. The market study will even involve distributing questionnaire. What I imagine most of us do is to sit in our offices when doing a feasibility and viability appraisal and use our knowledge of agency to come up with figures of demand and supply, to come up with figures that we use for viability. But that is putting the cart before the horse. In the US, many people commission market feasibility studies alone, without even including viability studies. They want to look at market potential. In my university recently, the vice chancellor wants to do staff housing. They've bought a lot of land, but the developer is being careful that will I make my profit if I invest so much into the staff housing? Will people be ready to invest in it? Will the staff be ready to invest into it? And so we were to do a market feasibility study to look at demand, to look at supply. Supply are your competitors, the competitors of your clients. Demand is how many people are ready to invest into this kind of thing, the demand. The supply is your competitors. So if, for example, I want to do a restaurant, the demand would be all the people who are ready to patronize that restaurant. The supply would be your competitors, the competitors of such a project, alternative restaurants in the area that provide the same service. Because if you have demand, and the demand is already already captured by the supply, then there's no point in going into it. We need to do market feasibility studies. When I was in Lagos, in a farm on Lagos Island, there was one client, I will not mention the farm I was. There was a client that would regularly send me to the principal partner with some snide remarks because the company developed a property for him, and then the property could not be let or sold. Years and years and years. And the client would keep on sending me to the principal partner with some strange remarks, most like saying that you are the one that advised me. The problem that I've observed in this particular area is that many times we do not do market feasibility before we just look at our knowledge of agency to come up with figures for viability. But I want to encourage, like Benga was saying, let us step up our practice so that in the end, we not misadvise our clients. Okay. Now, there are some differences between the feasibility and viability studies we do for direct property and the investment decision making we do for portfolio management. One of them has to do with the time of measurement. When we are doing viability studies for direct property, we are usually projecting into the future. We are saying we are preparing maybe cash flow for 10 years in the future. But for portfolio management, you do not look into the future, you look into the past. You say, you look at the historic, maybe over 15 years in the past. Then the other thing is that the yield we use in the property market is not the same yield we use for portfolio investments. This used to be a big problem for investors in the UK. The yield we use for valuation is called the initial yield. That yield is average rental value divided by average capital value, isn't it? But in portfolio management, that is viewed as the income return. In portfolio management, the yield used in valuation is a combination of the income return and the capital return. In other words, for the initial yield we use in valuation, the yield we use to derive the YP and all that, it's basically just an income yield. In the US and everywhere where portfolio management is practiced, they use what is called the total return. The total return is a combination of the income return and the capital return. I've already talked about another difference. Direct property, you use profitability. For portfolio investment, you use diversification. Just keep on going. Next slide, next. Okay. Now, I've said before that the usual the aspect of feasibility that we normally look at in feasibility studies, including some of the older textbooks on feasibility and viability studies, have to do with legal barriers, maybe zoning, barriers in the physical characteristics of the site. Will the site be able to accommodate that investment and so on? I'm not going to talk too much about direct property investment because we are used to how to do these things. Next slide. Next. Yes. For investment decision making for direct property, viability, we normally talk about things like the payback period. Banks normally like that. No matter how viable your property is, if the repayment period is going to exceed maybe 6 or 7 years, as far as the bank is concerned, it is not viable. Then we know about the initial yield, we know about MPV. And let me just remind us that for the MPV, the discount rate, the discount rate can be the borrowing rate, the opportunity rate, or the target rate. I would just add, like Benga has said before, we can step up our practice by adding risk analysis to viability studies. And the simplest way of doing this is the sensitivity analysis. We know, for example, that if you are doing a development property, the basis of decision-making is usually the residual method of valuation, where you are solving for developers' profit. So you say developers' profit is equal to gross development value, isn't it? Minus total development costs, minus land costs. Are we together? But sensitivity analysis will help us to give better advice to our clients, because we'll be able to say that what if total development cost increases by, say, 10%? Then you recalculate the equation. Developer's profit is equal to total development cost minus is equal to gross development value minus the total development cost increased by 10%. I hope we get what I'm saying. That is simply what sensitivity analysis does. It looks at the effect on developers' profit of increases in volatile variables. But then there's what is called risk analysis. Risk analysis includes, probabilities. For example, you say the total development cost is 10 million naira. But then, given the rate of inflation, total development cost may increase to 12 million naira, or it may increase to 15 million naira, or 20 million naira. And then you assign probabilities to each of these. I hope you get what I'm saying. Which is more likely? Everything must add up to 1. So if you say it will increase to 12 million naira, the likelihood of that is 50%. So put 0.5. Well, I hope you are not getting confused. But basically what we are trying to do in risk analysis is to say that nobody is a prophet to know what future rental values or construction costs are. So there could be 3 options. Rental value may remain as it is, or it may increase by 10%. What is the probability of it increasing by 10%? Or it may increase by 50%. What is the probability of that happening? So for each of these valuations, you redo the valuation with maybe 10% or 20% increases, and then multiply that valuation by its probability. Add everything together. I hope you... Okay. Now, let's move to the estimation of the portfolio return. Next slide, next slide, next slide. Okay, let's go on. Next slide. Next slide. Go on. Okay, stop. Can you go back? Okay, hold on. This first figure is what we are used to, the income return. But if you are going to estimate returns for a portfolio, this will be too rudimentary. The one we use in valuation. The figure we have at the bottom here is a combination of the income return and the capital return. Next slide. This is an example. I have only 5 minutes more or less. I've wanted us to look at how to calculate the total return. But let's note one thing, that in the stock market, it is values of shares can change every day. Unlike property, that the value remains constant, the value of a property remains constant over many months. But in the stock market, the value of a share may be 20 naira per share today, and just tomorrow it has changed. And let's understand that these methods were designed by stockbrokers. So you have beginning, assuming these are returns. The beginning capital value, 5 million naira. Ending capital value, 4 million naira. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. This is not something for a 40 minutes discussion, actually. But in the stock market, things can change. So at the beginning of a year, let's say January 1, the value of this property asset is 5 million. At the end of last year, that's just a day difference. You can see the value has changed by ₦1 million. That is because in the stock market, values can change easily. But for property, if we are dealing with property, it is usual to just assume the same thing between a day. Well, okay, the way it is calculated is there. Anybody who has access to my textbook or the 2 textbooks would see more detailed illustrations. There, next slide. Now, in portfolio management, we also, apart from return, we also look at risk. There's asset risk and there's portfolio risk. Just like for return too, you have asset return and portfolio return. If you have a portfolio of 2 assets and the return for asset 1, maybe GTB, is 30%, and the return for the other one, maybe property, 3-bedroom flat, is 40%. Those 2 are the asset returns. But the portfolio return, that is the return of the 2 together, you'll have to look at the proportion of investment. How much, if I invest 40% in GTB and 60% in the 3-bedroom flat, then I'm going to multiply that proportion of investment. Maybe I have ₦1 million. 30% of that 1 million is invested in GTB. 70% is invested in the other. It's simply multiplying the proportion of investment by the return and adding everything together. Next slide. Next. Okay, before this. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Don't bother about the complexity of the... But really, if anybody who wants to learn more about how to take decisions at the portfolio level, are free to please invite me for a more detailed discussion. And then there are ways of estimating portfolio return, portfolio risk, and so on. But I will encourage that every university and every polytechnic begin to learn or include in their curriculum how to calculate both direct real estate returns and decision-making and portfolio decision-making. It is simply the way to go in the future. And please don't be discouraged by the statistics involved. It's not anything difficult at all, sincerely speaking. And most of the time, we would find that these things, these statistics can be easily handled by software packages like the SPSS, which will make everything really easy. Okay, let's go to the last but one, the concluding remarks. Just keep on going. My time is up. Yes. Yes. I want to close by saying that it is true that there's a lot of statistics involved in this thing, but please, if we are going to be relevant in the future, and also going to be relevant in international practice, like Benga is, I could see that He's already practicing in the US and all that. We need to get more into these things. And let us, for lecturers, let us adjust our curricula to include these things so that everybody can participate and become more relevant for both direct and indirect property. Please do not be afraid of the statistics. The important thing is relevance. And I want to thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's put our hands together for him. When I told you that he's a prof, his wife is a prof, and most likely his father is a prof. Am I wrong? You know, for the future, you know, I had a friend, and his friends were complaining that they have not done their assignment. And I asked them, what was the problem? He said, well, your classmate said he's already done with his assignment. He said, well, when the prof comes to the class and is teaching, it's only himself and Uche that understand what they are saying. That's why he could quickly do his assignment. But what I want to let you know is that, like I've been told by the first and second speakers, we have a lot to learn, research, and improve ourselves on. Let's put our hands together once again for Professor Ogumba. While he was delivering his paper, the one who handed over the office to me as chairman of PPC of the board walked in. Second vice president, president of Esvarbon, Victor Alonge. Let's put our hands together for him. Housekeeping once again. If you want to use the restroom, there's one at the door, first door on the left. Walk down, turn right, and right again. There's another one at the first door here. Just go straight on and turn left, and then you'll see the restrooms there. Online, we have about 560 people online and 400 people physically here. I think we have done very well for ourselves. Let's put our hands together for all that we have done. And some people are already asking if these papers are going to be available. I want to assure you they have been posted on the registration platforms. The soft copies are there. The only one that we need to readjust is that of our lead speaker, He still did research till last night and changed the paper. So he has given the technical people problem to go and upload and renew what they had there. So if you go there now, and what you see that there are some slight changes. It shows that he worked overnight. I didn't say he did vigil. He worked overnight to ensure that he did justice to what he has done. Thank you once again. Let's put our hands together for them. And then the chairman of the board and the people and the president and people on the high table, they have done a little tweak to the events that we have here because of people that we have online. The next paper is supposed to be presented by Professor Ogunleye is bereaved, but somebody is presenting the paper on his behalf, and the person is here physically. But we've been informed that we should change paper 5 now to paper 3, and the presenter of paper 3 is already in the house, and then paper 5 will now take the place of paper 3. For those physically here and online, please, you bear with us. I'm having a little bit of challenge. I'm supposed to introduce the next speaker. You know, we are valuers, and the man said he doesn't want his kidnap value to rise. So he refused to give me any information about himself. And all the research I've done in the last few minutes have refused to yield any credible information. What's your name? He said, my name is my name. Ah. I said, I know you are Esvarbon Ugoji. He said, yes. I said, He says it's a prof. I say, he says it's not a prof, it's a doctor. I say, from where? He said, I'm from Port Harcourt. The man is even already here. So maybe when he gets here, he will introduce himself. Let's put our hands together for Essence of Ambala. Uche
Okoji. Thank you very much. There's a pride. My own here. Good afternoon, noble colleagues. My chairman of the board, my president, and other. Let me just stand on existing protocols. Thank you very much. Let me say a special thank you to the board chairman. Okay, let me not go that far. My name is Uche Okoji. The board chairman personally told me something. He said, Uche, you have to present a paper here, and it must be a practical paper. He didn't want to hear any and anything. He said he wanted something practical. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity, and I will share what I have to share. With the permission of my president, I'm going to tell you that my president is an Ikwere man. While Mr. Benga Olani has talked so much about international things, and our prof has talked a lot about the books and all the formula and all that, I am a son of the soil, and we call ourselves Yenweli. My president will confirm that. We call ourselves Yenweli. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is about local things, because I'm a local man, a Port Harcourt man, very local. So we're going to be looking at land conflicts and local risk profile. Of course, I want to say a special thank you to Mr. Olani for helping us define certain things, talking about emerging markets and all of that. It makes it easier for a local man like me to ride on his wings. The center of this paper, I've shared my slides, and I don't know if we can bring it up. The center of this paper is to navigate around one thing. As much as we go international with Mr. Olani, as much as we go through protocols of our books that have been established, we must go local for things to work when it comes to investment analysis, and especially when it has to do with land. So this paper will focus. Are you having difficulty with my slides? I will just ride on until that is sorted out. This paper is on land conflict and local risk profile, implications for emerging markets. There are established types of conflict. Now, in every market, what we always look forward to is risk. The first speaker talked about risk. The second speaker has talked about risk. For us, SS of Yours and Value is to put all of these things together and advise our clients. One of the major things we have done, or what I have done here, is to look at risk from a local perspective. It is my belief that there is no way you can give any good advisory, no matter how fantastic the model is, without going from a local dimension, because of the nature of that commodity we're talking about, which is land. I cannot use the characteristics of this hall against the environment somewhere in Asokoro, in Abuja. It can only relate to the characteristics of what is around the atrium, what is around Stadium Road, not generally even Stadium Road, but the most specific location here on Stadium Road. So this paper looks at historic counts and explores conflict types, risk profile, implications of the land conflicts in Port Harcourt, River State. I've practiced in Port Harcourt. I grew up in Port Harcourt. I know Port Harcourt in and out. And I can say that no international model can be applied to Port Harcourt without being Enyewele, without understanding the profile, without understanding how things are expected to be from a local dimension. We have had different problems. We have different issues in Port Harcourt, and the market in Port Harcourt is so dynamic. I'm not running down our market, but I'm going to be saying the truth about our practice, about where we practice, about where you also practice, and what you should do with investment analysis when it comes to advising your clients. So, of course, we all know that land is the most important assets that each and every one of us depends on. And as much as it is something that there's none of us here that are not affiliated to land. If we're going back home, we'll go back home to our properties, whether we lease it or we live in it, our investments or where we do. One thing that land is exposed to is conflict. And this conflict is exacerbated as when there is competing demand over land. Land is vulnerable to claims, vulnerable to counterclaims, and of course, human activities makes it even more difficult to manage. And this brings about, now, we've talked about a lot of examples from the US, we've talked about things from different parts, a lot of examples have been given from Lagos. Most of the causes of land conflict are universal. Yes, they can be described from very universal terms, but the ingredients to that particular conflict, as it relates to land, must be looked at from a local dimension. So part of the causes of land conflicts include poor land governance and administration, inadequate policy, increase in land value, which of course, when there's increase in land value, sometimes we can give up certain things. But when we see that, when we translate these things we give up into Naira and Kobo, into dollars, and know that, oh, this can take me this far. If I lose it, then it becomes more competing for you and I to give up certain things, and conflict becomes a major problem. Of course, population growth, intense economic. There's an example that's been cited about Banana Island and having values in the region of 1 million to 1.1 million per square meter. Of course, if there is conflict over land and your land is worth 1,000 naira per square meter, give and take, you look at the battle, is it worth it? It's not really worth it. But God knows that I will fight to the end on a Banana Island property. So when value rises, of course, conflict becomes a major challenge. So different factors affect land, and it becomes volatile. It becomes an issue for all of us. Now, one particular note here is that these generic terms that cause land conflicts may be heightened or more pronounced in certain markets due to certain issues, activities, due to certain historic counts. And I'm going to be telling you about the Port Harcourt experience and part of the issues we have. We haven't solved it all the way, but I know very well that government is or will be looking at those areas to solve these issues and see that we can have more vibrant markets and markets that come up to 2 million naira per square meter so that we can be rich valuers in Port Harcourt. Now, in understanding land conflicts, there's quite some literature. I'm going to try and toe the line of prof a bit so that let it look as if I'm a prof like him. So a bit of literature has been put forward, such as defining different types of land conflict. There are issues of multiple claims to ownership, which was one author that has really advanced that is Weyman. Anytime you have the time, just Google Weyman 2008 and read a whole lot on land conflict and see how much we can understand better. It will be very good for application. Weyman is W-E-H-R-O-M-A-N. I don't know if that can come up as well. So there are violent land acquisition and dispossession, state land acquisition. We all know these things, boundary conflicts, we're all aware. multiple leases and all that, and sales. Now, most importantly is that all existing types of land conflict are characterized by a multiplicity of factors. So sometimes boundary conflicts may be caused by several things. Now, these are as a result of the makeup of an economy, the makeup of a location, what the local characteristics are, what are the local risk profile within that area. These causes vary from country to country. I know that if I say we should share examples and look at what the different examples on how the nature of boundary conflicts in Lagos, they may be very much different from the nature of boundary conflicts in Port Harcourt. They'll be different from those in Bayelsa or in Calabar or in Uyo and all of this. So the ones on this is that the characteristics of environment present special challenges. The socioeconomic form, the sociopolitical form, the cultural forms, all affects land conflict. And the nature of land conflict in a particular area, especially in emerging economies. Now, we're talking about emerging economies, and a lot of times there's a dearth of data in emerging economies, and that is why, as estate surveyors and valuers, we should be extremely careful how we go about our analysis. Certain examples had been cited earlier before this time, and those examples were, you need to do certain things, you need to have certain data, you need to have certain information. Mr. Lani talked about evidence on comparables, actual comparables, things that need, that have actually sold in the market that can be hinged on. Now, I also believe, and I know that part of our investment analysis should have the risk characteristics of the particular property in question. And I think that as we advance ourselves, as we develop ourselves, we should have a section for risk analysis, land conflict issues and all that on our valuation reports. And this should definitely reflect the local characteristics, the social characteristics, what are the issues regarding that particular location, what are the people in those locations, who are these people, how do they view land, what are the historic counts, and how would that influence our today's decision, how would that influence our advice to clients. Please, can you put up the first diagram on my slides? I would like to just explain something on that diagram. A lot of us from Port Harcourt will know this, and I believe that some of us from other locations would have had this experience as well. Now, this is one area in Port Harcourt that houses billions and billions of naira in value of assets belonging to individuals, belonging to government, belonging to all of that. Now, this slide is not very clear, but the true picture of this slide is, if you look at the black lines there show a different layout done by one government. The black line is a layout done by one government. The pink line is another layout done by another government. And if you look into the image, you will see development that doesn't align with either the black or the pink line. This is currently existing in Port Harcourt, and I believe it exists in several other locations. Now, there's a road crossing through the image there. That road, about 8 to 10 years ago, was awarded by the state government to Julius Berger, and it was constructed by Julius Berger. So please, explain to me how this road, awarded by government to a Class A construction company, will be going through layouts that has been designed by two different governments. So how would you define this conflict? Is this how our neighborhoods should? How do we as valuers, how would we go about this? In reporting, in carrying out our analysis, how are we going to interpret these things? How does it affect our valuations? How does it affect our advisory to clients? And how do we manage these things? Because these things bring about risk, bring about new risk, brings about special risk that needs to be taken care of in our advice. How do we go about all of these things? So, in my opinion, please don't look at Port Harcourt like this. We have greater locations. This is just a conflicted area. Please move out the slide so that people will not take pictures with their eyes. Thank you. So in going on with this report, I analyzed quite a lot of judgments from the River State High Court, looked at different land conflicts. The full paper has all of those judgments and all that. Is that they are all showing the kind of conflicts, the areas, what the judge came up with, and what the judge had to say about it. So I wouldn't really bore you with that now. The next slide, the 1913 state land acquisition. Please, can you put up that slide for me? Now, I talked about the risk ingredients in a particular location. A lot of it has to do with some historic counts. This morning, while I was with one of us, we flew in together this morning. We sat down together and we were talking all through. And when we analyzed, we talked about a transaction, and he asked me a question. Oh, you know about this transaction? What was the root of title regarding the valuation that you did on it? And I told him, oh, he mentioned something. I said, yeah, I was aware of it or whatever. Now, there is a root to the challenges we face in property. Now, one of the serious problems we have here in Port Harcourt, I do not think it is disassociated with the Hargrove acquisition of 1913. I'll draw a highlight on it. Part of the land there belongs to our president as well, so he knows about it. President, am I lying? I'm not lying. And currently, they are quarreling with Okreka people in the news every day. They are there on Viewpoint. If people are here till Saturday, listen to Viewpoint from 7:15 or 7:30. From 8:30, you will hear our president's people and the Okreka people fighting. Please, I have not come to put a judgment to it. The fight should go on even after this. So I will just give you the highlights, an interesting highlight from the 1913 agreement. This agreement was signed on the 2nd of May, 1913. And the chiefs and headsmen, I will just read out some notes on it, some of my analysis on it. The chiefs and headmen declared themselves to be the sole possessors of all the interests in the land. The chiefs and headmen, on behalf of themselves and their people, agreed to grant and sell all the rights, title, and interest which they and their people are entitled to by law and custom in the said land, in consideration of the payment of the sum of money which they acknowledged receipt on behalf of themselves and their people. This was in 1913. I think the compensation was over £5,000 then. If you lay hands on the Hargrove agreements, you will see all the chiefs, even the president's community and family, how much they took then. If you value it and bring it to today, you know why he's a billionaire. So, the oath of proof indicating the instrument was marked by all the chiefs and headmen, and this was done on the 2nd of May, 1913, noting that the agreement was read and interpreted to them, at the time of execution. Now, the group of towns that were involved includes the Diobu area of Port Harcourt, the Omo Eme, the Omo Amasi, Omo Abiakani. These are the names then. The names has changed now to more modern names. The Oginiba people and the Okrika lands and villages. Now, this agreement is called the Port Harcourt acquisition. I'm going somewhere. Now, I'm going to read another extract. The next slide to this, please. I'll read an extract on this. Now, the agreement clearly states that certain land is required for the service of the colony and protectorate. The area of land required was surveyed, and described in the agreement as all that piece or parcel of land bounded on the south by the waterway known as Primrose Creek or Bonny River for a distance of 3.5 miles, which is about 5.6 kilometers, more or less on the west for a distance of 5.5 miles, about 8.8 kilometers, and again by the waterways Primrose Creek or Bonny River in the northerly direction for a distance of 1 mile, 800 yards, more or less by the West Bank Creek known as Ilechik Creek, following the bend of the said creek to the boundary post marked A at Elechi waterside for a distance of 1 mile and 173 yards, which is about 1.77 kilometers, due north to a boundary post marked B on the north straight measuring this, and going even up to Woji Creek on the east, said Woji Creek for a distance of approximately 2.41 kilometers, and also known there's by the waterway known by the Okrika as the Okrika Creek. Now, all these names I've mentioned, most of them are Ikweres, most of them are Okrikas. So that is why they keep fighting up till today. They have not been able to share the land very well, or they are trying to conflict over what they own or what they don't own. I'm an Ahoda man, very far away from Ikwere land, so it doesn't concern me. Now, this whole area was described about 64.75 square kilometers, accurately set out and described on the plan attached to the agreement. Now, this was done in 1913. I was so impressed when I saw the records, and I read through, I looked at the records. Even when one of the checks was thrown away in the bush and the surveyors were working, they reported to the protectorate, and they came back, called the people, reissued them another check and a little more. I mean, the compensation there was so detailed, just like what we all do today, but it's really, really, really detailed. I don't know if the federal government is doing what was done in 1913 as it is now. Now, this is called the Port Harcourt acquisition. And the question is this: if Port Harcourt has been acquired, why do we keep acquiring and all the contest and all that? Now, I know I've spoken with a couple of land officers in Rivers State. Most of the very senior ones are here. I will not disclose them, but I've had very close conversation with them regarding these issues. And the question is this: why do we still have conflict, even when it is claimed that Port Harcourt had been acquired? I know to an extent. I tried to throw an area on Google Maps to show what 64 square kilometers is, and it looked like it's taking so much of Port Harcourt, but we still have a whole lot of issues. We still have a lot of conflict. We still have a lot of undefined lines, undefined roads, just like what I showed to you, having a road even on a layout where two governments have done, had laid out, and even both governments did not provide for that road. How does the road go? So does that recognize community interference? Because the location is defined by what the community has done. So does it define the community interference, what community has actually done in that light? So that's the question we need to look at. So in emerging markets like Nigerian markets, these are issues that God needs to look at. These reflect all of this practice in what we do. We cannot go straight line on our analysis. We cannot go straight line on our analysis based on what modern methods of evaluation have taught us, based on what all the different advancements. I know that Professor Tobulu will agree with me that all the evaluation he has taught has not talked about the Port Harcourt Agreement. He doesn't understand that we have certain issues. Sir, I want to ask you, how do we factor this Port Harcourt issue into valuation? But I think that is something that needs to be recognized so that when I take the methods from you, sir, I can apply it and adjust it to some local dimensions through a local lens so that my valuation advisory will be properly reflective of what what it actually should be. It's a lot of work we need to do. This problem we have is that, some lawyer told me sometime you cannot pay peanuts and get monkeys. Some kind of expression he gave me, and trying to show the imbalance between fees and professional service delivery, and that people really need to pay properly for fees and all of that. But before they do, we also need to have what it takes to represent that actual demand we are making. So it is my opinion that local risk characteristics, whatever I'm saying here today in Port Harcourt or any particular location, does not apply based on the socioeconomic composition, based on the forms that exist within Abuja. Lagos should look at it. I don't want to talk about Lagos because Lagos has more problem in this life than any other place. Is it true? Positive figures in millions per square meter. Don't worry, we'll get there very soon after we solve all these problems. So, some of the root causes, please, when I enter Lagos tomorrow, branch chairman, don't block me, please. Please. The root causes and associated risk of land conflict in Port Harcourt. Now, I have highlighted a few things. The land tenure issues, because a lot of it has to do with the agreements, issues of successions in how title have passed, and some of the irregularities around that. Security of title, government acquisition, encroachment, high cost and sense of entitlement. We heard about Omoniles today. It's almost becoming an English word. Very soon, Webster Dictionary will have Omonile in it. We all understand what we do. So, sir, I will not say what our own term is, what exactly it is here, but what is the composition of this so-called Omonile? What is the composition? How does it affect the profile of associated risk, things that don't go for certain things? I remember the first time I went to Calabar, I think Calabar also, you could see the culture in the roundabout, obeying roundabout rules. You don't get to a roundabout and somebody is not giving you your right of way. Even the Okadas there, I don't know if you agree with me, who understands this thing as much as possible. Now, is it that the people there and the people in Lagos are not the same? Are not Nigerians? They are all Nigerians. But whatever it took Calabar, whatever it took him, shaded with the history of the Calabar people. I don't know whether Lagos has history. Same thing. So when you go there, but when I go to Calabar, I don't behave like someone that has ever been to Lagos before with the thing I brought from Lagos traffic. I didn't call Port Harcourt, because in Port Harcourt we drive so well. You experience it. You go around, you see the roads, everything will be fine as you're going. In fact, if somebody sees you coming, a valuer coming, the president has told them that when you see a valuer coming, clear for them, open the roads for them to pass this period so that you will go back with very good things about us. So these profiles, so you cannot disassociate your analysis with an environment. It is impossible. And you should defend yourself, defend the fact that when you look at risk analysis, it should be an input of what your Monile will do in that circumstance, what the histories are as regards how land is held within the area. What are the histories with regards to acquisition? How have people reacted to it? And all of that. Of course, the implication on our analysis, the implication is the fact that whether you like it or not, the volume of risk is reflective. It reflects on your investment. Things like stall development will come to play, project delays, and cost overrun, of course, will come to play. We talk, the example I was giving, the conversation I had on the flight today, we talked about, we talked about losing one year when it comes to a rental investment analysis. If you lose a year, now if you don't quantify your risk or manage the risk in line with the way you expected to manage the risk, then it implies that there will certainly be void, either void in delivery of the project or void even where the project have been delivered. So, of course, loss of investor confidence, reduced economic activities, limited access to credit facilities. I remember several years ago when I had a conversation with the head of risk in one of the banks in this region, and he told me something that in that year, is it for me? I've seen it, don't worry. So he told me something that in that year, that the bank had not assessed or scratched the budget for loans in Rivers State. And I asked him why. He said they've been finding it a bit difficult to assess bankable properties. But a lot has improved. This was several years ago. A lot have improved. I can count how many perfections have been done in the last 2 years, in the last 3 years by my office. I can give you evidence. I have one in my car, so I speak with you now. I can bring it to show you that you can perfect documents in Port Harcourt expressly now. So you can imagine how it affects our analysis, of course, a lot of people don't hold real estate because they want to hold it. They want to be able to be liquid. They want to be able to move on. And of course, it is on the banking platform that we can continue to move with the assets that we hold. I'm sorry, I need to rush this up. And please, can you just give me the conclusions and recommendations on the slides? I will read out the notes on conclusion here. So land conflicts are generally similar but differ in context based on the market, location. Land conflict issues should therefore be approached from the dimension specific to the market or the particular location. Valuers should adopt local perspectives to real estate investment analysis in emerging markets. Land management systems should be an adaptation of international best practices with local ingredients, local peculiarities. Thank you very much, and welcome to Port Harcourt.
Okay, thank you very much. They are teaching me how they do it in Port Harcourt. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you very much. We've been sitting down for quite a while now. I was just whispering to the registrar who holds the hands of the way we do things. And we want to try, by all means, to ensure that aside the soft copies, we are trying to compile the hard copies so that all those who register will have hard copies. But he's told me now that that will be available when you are renewing your license. I'm just speaking what he has told me. Okay. He said the nays have it. He has heard your voice, and he has changed. So we will get across to you on how to get across to us, either through our zonal offices or through the branch chairman, whatever is closest to you. And we are saying the soft copies are available on the registration platform. Don't cause another trouble. Well, we want to go on break. And for COVID protocol reasons, we don't want to plug that axis. So what we have told the outsourced persons who are catering is that they will supply the food where we are seated. I mean, that's also orderly and will help us so that, so if you sit in front of a fellow, you can take food before a fellow. I hope the fellows are not hearing. So we'll go on a short break for about 20-25 minutes. supposed to be 30 minutes, but we want to make it short. And for those who are online, we'll say them e-food. For being here, paying your hotel, and flying here, I mean, we need to give you food, at least. And, sir? Yes, Benga came straight here. He has to eat. And we have people, my chairman, sir, I've seen friends from Zamfara, Bauchi, Yola, from Harcourt, who are local. We have from Delta, from Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Ilorin, from all over the country. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. This is really an assembly. So, even people from Ahoda, they are here. And they say they are here. While online, we have people from Canada, from America, from UK. They joined us online. It's indeed an assembly for us, and we'll continue to make it better. So as we go on break, those who are online can just be praying for us as we eat, while we will tell them how the food tastes. So I have the chairmans that we can go ahead. So they said you can come in, sir. They can serve very fast. So we'll use that to also exercise ourselves, but please do not disappear. Thank God it's raining outside. So if you go outside, rain will chase you back inside.
Before I tell you, this is about to be a mad thing. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be with us. Let's go.
DJ Big N on the
Let's go. Oh, you're big, you're big. Killer.
Alternate sound.
sit down, we have enough food, and we want to serve quickly so that we can meet the time we have given ourselves. So please, let as quickly as possible. Those who are online, they are already complaining. Because they don't have the software to download the food. Noble colleagues, we be getting ready to continue on. So in the next 2 minutes, those who have not been served at the back, the food is coming. So we want to appeal to them that please indulge us. You continue to eat while we will continue with the presentations. We have enough food for everybody, including those who are online. So that means you can have 2 plates. Just give us the code of somebody online who will give you the food. Tell them to send the Noble colleagues, can we please have some silence here? Okay, people are still eating, and who have already eaten their food will be sleeping. Anybody that is sleeping in this hall, we will test the person for corona. So please report anybody around you that is sleeping. We have doctors around. As we make effort to go to the next paper to be delivered, now, for those who are online, we want to proceed. Those who are physically here, please, can we have a single house? And those who are eating, I believe we can do that silently. We want to call to the podium the next guest resource person, who is also a member of the House. Well, for Dr. Otochi Okoji, they have told us to do research. They say I've realized that you're a lecturer in the River State University. And is that part of the thing that I've just researched about you? I will give more before we close. Don't worry. And I will even give you, when the auctioneer finishes, we'll give you a reserve price.
Please, 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 with due respect to all Rotarians here, I plead with them, we want to adopt Rotarian style as eating, talking people. You know, Rotarians are meeting, they are eating, they are still doing their business. So those of us who have finished eating will be listening, they will be talking to us, and those who are eating will be listening to the talk so that we can buy time. Please, I call.
Now, before I call on the the next paper to be presented, I want to call on the president of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Survey and Valuer. He wants to teach us how they greet here, so that you will not become a stranger outside. You don't greet properly, you may be missing.
Thank you. Noble colleagues, let me also thank the chairman once again for making us the chief hosts. Now you are in Port Harcourt, and you know that in 2022, we'll be coming back here. So this is just a prelude of what will happen in 2022. The only difference is that we will not be in this hall. Actually, where we have planned for this ceremony is where we call Obiwale International Conference Center. But just two months ago, the governor had to close the place down for repairs. And we are hoping that by December 2021, that International Conference Center will be opened. And once it's opened, by the grace of God, that was to welcome you properly. And the way we welcome people, we say, Ambiala way, then you say, Oweo. Ambiala way. Oweo. Then that is number one. The other thing you need to learn is how to greet. In Ikwere language here, the most popular one is when you want to greet somebody. This one now not be women. Ikwere people know they greet women anyhow. I will give on our own special greeting. Here I will say, Amekau. Then you will say, dear. Amekau. 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 Is 4 times we normally greet that Ameka. And that Ameka is a royal greeting to tell you that the person has welcomed you to his house. Then for women, we don't say Anmeka. You know, an Ikwere man, there is no democracy when it comes to women and men in Ikwere land. Women are always on the other room, even though some of them has graduated to the other one. So women don't greet Anmeka. We say women Osagri, they will say yes. What that means is that they have given their loyalty to the men. So that women cannot stand up and say Anmeka in Ikwere land. What women will say, Anwerumo, say, you own me. So women, you say Anwerumo. No, you say no. Yes, you know, I always believe in the policy that when I'm ever presiding any meeting, the people must learn how to laugh. That is the way to go. You know, after the long presentation, the place was too quiet. So I just told the MC that it is time for people to laugh. So on behalf of the people of Rivers State, especially the governor, Ambialawe, Ambialawe, Anmekao, 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 Anmekao. Nderi amma, you say oyoyo. No. Nderi amma, you say oyoyo. Nderi amma. Nderi amma. You're welcome. Thank you.
You know, I'm in Port Harcourt. When Wike wants to talk and say I should give him microphone, I must give him. Because the name Wike in Port Harcourt. I got to the airport yesterday. I saw everybody queuing up to carry their luggage in line. I wanted to rush to the front. Somebody called me and said, this is Port Harcourt. Wike is watching. They now show me the spot where I need to stand inside a circle. I comply. So for the next presentation, we have an estate surveyor and valuer who graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University. He has a master's in development finance from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. He's registered with the institution, a fellow of our institution, a fellow of the Certified Institute of Auctioneers of Nigeria. Is also a member of the Business Recovery and Insolvency Practitioner Association of Nigeria. He's also an RICS accredited mediator and that of the Lagos State Multi-Door. He was formerly a partner at Dia Fatimile & Co. and currently a partner in the firm of Tokpe, Ojo, and today Olonishakin Estate Surveyors valuers, and auctioneers. He said I should let the ladies know that he's maybe looking young, but he's happily married. So please, put our hands together for SSOV Amola Tokpe Yinka Ojo. You see why he said he's happily married?
Pastor, noble colleagues, the chairman of the board, I would like to stand on the existing protocol. Well, I would like to appreciate the audience granted me to come and share my thoughts and my little exposures with you. I'm the least qualified. But when I received the invite, I told Lekon Akunwumi, I said, what's my offense? You are bringing professors, you are bringing doctors, and you are bringing Mr. Agbin Olaniyan to come and talk, and you are bringing me to come and talk. So, well, like they say in football, if you have not played in Maracana, you have not played football. You know, Maracana is the biggest stadium in Brazil where they play. If you play the Maracana, that's the best place to play. Now, can I have my slide on? I have about 20 slides, so don't fight. I won't run through the whole slides. And I'm very happy with the justice done by the previous speakers. When Mr. Olaniyan was talking, I said if I should talk, that would be plagiarism. I said he was deep in thoughts with what I would love to discuss with you. Can I have that slide, please? Start from the last slide. Okay, let me use double, please. Or triple, please. Okay, that's the last slide, so you can close very early. Now, I want us to stare at this slide. What comes to your mind? What's on your mind seeing these slides? Okay, basically this is what I want to talk on. I'll be talking about asset pricing, asset allocation, risk pricing, asset allocation, and asset valuation. All what they've been talking revolves around all those things. And the interest is this. Why should you come fly down from Port Harcourt, from Lagos, and you are practicing? What is there for you? What role will you play when it comes to all these things that we're talking? What exactly is going to be your role? Like my boss, Mr. Fatumile, you always ask me when I was working with him, Tokwe, where is the check? When you blow grammar, I said, Tokwe, where is the check? So if checks are not coming, then what are you saying? Now, look at these things. This is one of the biggest auction bids that occurred in recent time, and people could not understand it. And when Mr. Olaniyan was trying to define what is an asset, he was talking between brick and mortar. It goes beyond brick and mortar. Now, you could see bids. You could see asset pricing. You could see asset audit and identification. Then you could see people giving them the market value, the asset price. And the topic I'm going to talk on is asset valuation as a critical tool in asset disposal via auction in Nigeria. I will not belabor you with what is an asset, what is valuation. They've done justice to that. So that narrows down my slide from about 15 to about 6. So at the end of the day, when you are done with mine, can you get to this slide on concept of auction? Yeah, no. Down the next, yeah, let me stop there. I don't want to talk about valuation. Couple of months early this year, there was an advert by federal government on the disposal of assets in Nigeria. And we start asking questions. What should be our role? Are we auctioneers? Are we valuers? And please pray for me as I will be talking because I need strength. I was strong when I got to Port Harcourt yesterday, so I don't want to be on top of my voice, but I still need to talk and share some things. What is auction? Oyinloye defined auction as public sales or properties conducted by means of oral or written exchanges between the auctioneers and the members of the public. Any contrary view? But I want to show you, let's move to who is an auctioneer. That's what should interest you. Next slide, please. Double, please, to make my own job easy. And this is what's going to interest you. Who is an auctioneer? I don't want to go by the Black Law Dictionary 7th edition, that an auctioneer is a person legally, not that word, legally. An auctioneer is somebody legally authorized to sell goods or services or other persons at public auction for a commission or a fee. That should interest you. So anything you are doing bazaar in a Catholic church, with due respect, and you don't hand fee, you are not doing an auction. Do you agree with me? So now, to the board, the next definition will interest you. An auctioneer is therefore a trained individual. I want you to underline it. Trained individual. Duly qualified and licensed under the relevant laws of Federal Republic of Nigeria governing auction business. So the question is, are you an auctioneer? Based on this definition. And it's a question of nomenclature that is deep that we need to rethink. How do we practice as an auctioneer within the jurisdiction of our license as an excess surveyors and valuers? One, for free. Auctioneering lies within the concurrent list. It's not a debate like VAT or no VAT. Federal governments can issue a license or delegate rights to a body to issue the license. So the power, like power rights has been donated to the board to issue licenses as excess surveyors and valuers. Ditto that they can extend that right to issue license as an auctioneer. The states can do that. In Lagos State, we have the Lagos State auction laws. And it gives the minimum entry to it. You have an OND, you are above 21, then you are not a criminal, you don't have a... Ditto is this. The market will respond to somebody that is giving value. So the market does not respond to what is called entitlement. There's no entitlement in any title. It's the value that you bring to the marketplace that makes people to turn towards you, to react towards it. So within the confine of our rights by the board, we can extend that right to our members via training to license them as an auctioneer. But you can throw more debate on it later on. Can I have the next slide? Double, triple, please. Are you there? I won't run all this process. What are the processes about auction? You need a letter of instructions. You need the scope of auction. Not the beauty of it is this. The scope of your valuation can be captured in auction. You can value anything technically, legally. The same thing you can auction technically, legally, bundles of rights. Anything that is qualified in terms of bundle of rights and benefits that you derive in its utility and that has a pricing can be auctioned. So it goes like that. But I want to focus on two things: reserve price, guide price. You know, one of the things that makes you to be a professional is authority to exact yourself with an embodiment of knowledge that makes people to look at you. When you meet a doctor, he's a doctor, you know your body's running temperature. You know you are sneezing. But it's a doctor that authenticates the kind of suffering or the disease that you have. He can tell you that you have malaria, and you believe that. Now, and what I'm trying to do is this. I want to expand our thinking to businesses that we are losing by not doing the right thing or not telling the public about our rules. And there are rights, there are laws that backs us up, but we don't trigger off those laws. You know, the Bible says that where there is no, it said the righteous shall be delivered by knowledge. Through knowledge shall the righteous be delivered. So when the righteous receives to have the right knowledge, it cannot have deliverance. Now, let me talk about guide price and the reserve price. In every auction, there must be a reserve price, except in absolute auction, which is not even a serious auction. There must be a reserve price and there must be a guide price. Now, the guide price must be a derivative from your valuation report. Now, what am I saying is this. The guide price in mathematical terms, they tell you that, Professor Okumba, if a mass 101, X is greater or equal to 0 or 1. Now, what am I saying is the reserve price is just like that in mathematical allocation. The minimum acceptable price by a vendor or your principal, that's the reserve price. Now, because your vendor or your principal is not a valuer, he may not understand the technicalities to derive that guide price, that reserve price. So that's why your role comes in as a valuer to do a report on assets. You give it to the clients, and based on that, the client determines the reserve price. And from the reserve price, we get into the guide price. The guide price is just the let me not use the word if you want to treat. It's just the way you throw the property in the market, and somebody that wants to bid, we have a pre-information that the range of acceptance is within this bandwidth. That's what the guide price goes. But they are all derivative of our valuation reports. Now, let me move to what will interest you. The relevance of valuation in auction process. And I'll go back to federal government adverts on forfeited assets. And we started clamoring they should give us job. Who should they give they don't give us? They should give us that valuation. Do they have option? It's because the market, the information we throw to the market determine the way they respond. If you look at the Public Procurement Act, section 55, 1 to 4, it states that all public assets before disposal, there must be a valuation. Now, go and open your newspaper advert every week. You see auctions, police, custom and tradition, or what do you want to call them? Customs, public parastatals, all of them are advertising products for auction. What are we doing? We don't take them on. We don't raise queries. We accept those adverts, hook, line, and sinker. But the role of our role is this. There must be a valuation to determine the reserve price before they do that auction. It's statutory. And Lagos State has improved about that one. Because many times they ask us to come and do auction in Lagos State. We just call Kula Olaja, Director of Valuation. I said, look, you guys should go and do the valuation. So it's not becoming a norm in Lagos State's public system that if they want to do any auction, a valuer must submit a valuation report. Based on that, they determine the reserve price. It's statutory. And we are so silent. So we are losing volumes of jobs. But be quiet. So when next you see an advert, do a proposal, write them that you are a valuer, they must do the valuation. So that's FOC, you need to pay me for that. Oh. Now let me try to expand it. When the federal government advertised that they want to sell forfeited assets, and it's so funny the way we're behaving, and I was smiling and I was laughing. How do they go about it? This. And I'll throw this question back to the board. Look, the whole world is a global village. It's not that they want to do it because they... Can I have the slide? Don't let me wink in the dark, please. Yeah, thanks. Look, there are standards globally that must be followed. There is United States Department of Justice Asset Forfeiture Policy Manual. You can Google it and pick it. There is that of United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, 2017, on how to go about these seized and forfeited assets. And it's always, at times when I see that, I'm talking with my friends and I'll be laughing. The latitude that we have as excess surveillance and valuers is so big, but how are we treating it? One, the law says something very simple. So once there is a forfeiture, the first port of call is to go and do asset valuation. Go and do the valuation of those forfeited assets. But you know why? You see people managing forfeited assets. If there is no valuation that guide them immediately after forfeiture, date or reinvent the wheel. These are global standards that must be followed. And those are the things that make our valuation very relevant. Are we in sync? Are we serious? You guys are looking like supporters of Arsenal. Are we doing well? At least we won the last match. Are we in business back? So what am I telling you is this. There are jobs there for you in the market. It's because you are silent to approach it and kickstart it. So anybody talks to me that is an asset manager, and I just look at it and I smile. It's an extension of my business. I'm the one that will tell you that a traded asset that you are not trading, I know the funniest thing, there are fast depreciating assets that has been seized. Those are assets day to day, they start running concurrently towards negative. And we are not even talking to them based on our experience about valuation. Look at the car that will be seized. They will retain the car for years. By the time they want to put it in the market, the net asset value is pure. Now let's move forward. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Please, 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 please. You're there? No? Are we in the same business? Okay, let me flow with you. Let me talk about the guide price, the bid price, and auction. And basically, one of the major valuations that we do has to do with mortgage valuation for banks. And at the end of the day, when there's a problem, they run into a big problem. And it falls back to the valuation. Now, there are decided cases. These are court of appeal cases that has to do with the Starline and Oyagocha decision. The property was sold. And the guy rushed to court to tell them that the property was underpriced, undervalued. But the court says that, look, the question is not whether it was overvalued or undervalued. They can't set aside the judgment, but they premise that there must be a valuation. And that gives me a clincher that, look, at any point in time a property is coming to the market for auction, there must be a valuation. It is not negotiable. But the question is, should the person that did the valuation be the one that will auction? That's an ethical reason we go back to that. I don't want to bother your mind, but I love throwing minds on expansion. That's a decided case. Next slide. Let's look at other jurisdiction. I'm talking about the causality between valuation and auctions. Now, in UK, they have the National Association of Valuers and Auctioneers, founded in 1988. Basically, they look at valuation, they look at insolvency practice, and they look at auction. In Nigeria, we are trying to dissociate ourselves from auction. And it's so very, very funny. And it's a thin line. There can't be successful auction without successful valuation. In fact, the best way to distort an auction process is to give a faulty foundation of valuation. So if they have that in UK, you understand, we can borrow a leaf and entrench it that, look, we should have something like that in Nigeria. And it's going to give us a good soft landing. Look, when you empower another body to certify your members, you are creating a big problem. When you empower another professional body to regulate on your behalf, directly or indirectly, a cardinal aspect of your profession, you are breeding problem. So, with due respect to the board, you need to look at it, sir. We need to see how we can, because why is this? When you are bidding for a job in auction, if you submit your registration board license, they will be laughing. Are you an auctioneer? Say yes. Are you an auctioneer? But this license registered surveyor and valuer. I'm not looking for registered surveyor and valuer. I'm looking for what? So we need to address that issue. In Australia, they have Auctioneers and Valuers Association of Australians. That shows that they could see that, look, there's a synergy between the practice of two. And you can draw from one thing or the other to get to your destination points. So if we have that, I think, look, virtually every week there are adverts in Nigeria for auctions. So how do we play in that market? So if you have to play in that market, we have to have a platform to do that. I need to move fast. Ghana, very close to us. You cannot register and practice an auctioneer to pass an exam in Ghana. The exam must be federated or conducted jointly with Ghana Institution of Surveyors. So we can take away something from there. Those are relevancies. And the next slide. This is, if I'm going to leave anything, this is one of the biggest problems we have in auction. We cry, all these people will cry, and I'm very happy that I have lecturers here, we need to sink some things. We talk to ourselves. I'm not saying I'm not guilty of part of this thing. I'm not pontificating myself that all my valuation are prompt. No. I want us to use this place as a platform to do a rethinking and learn something. And I want to talk about the concept of value in use and value in exchange. The IFC standard talks about value in exchange. The remarket operation of auction is based on value in exchange. And basically, I can say it, permit me, Prof. Professor Olado Compressor Gedengbe, permit me. They are my friends, we talk, and we discuss 80% of valuation that we're doing in Nigeria is based on value in use. And that's one of the reasons why our fee is low, because clients know that this valuation report that you are submitting to me, when I want to sell, I won't get the market price. And I don't want to belittle ourselves. There is a picture there. There was a time we were given an auction to do for a DFI, that's Development Finance Institution. They financed the transaction, and those guys brought in brand new manufacturer products. And they did not touch it, they put in their warehouse. And they gave it to a valuer, he did the valuation. When I saw the valuation, I was very happy. Because, you know, one of the definitions of an auctioneer that you have a guaranteed commission. So when I saw the reports, and the value was about 350 million, it was running in dollars, let's say about 350 million. So that is the valuation report. And the guy was using, and I love what Mr. Abivalania was talking about, market value based on comparison. So, and at this time, I don't critique the valuations report by a colleague. I don't. But I look at it. We jump into the market, we did our something, but you know what happened? The value exchange is what the end user wants to pay based on the utility he's going to derive from that product. So it's not based on the use or because he imported it. No. Sales is predicated on value in exchange. Now, when we're doing our market analysis, I told them in the office, who will tell this bank that what we are getting is within around 50 million? And what they finance themselves with about 350 million. Now, was the valuer wrong? That's not my problem. The question is that I have a big problem and I must solve it. So what do? We just run it. Okay, look, this is where we're going to do this auction. When we're doing this advert, we'll put your own number too there so that you two will receive inquiry. So we can aggregate the bid together. What am I saying is this. It's critical for us to understand that concept that the market value is predicated on value in exchange. And we start looking at why we're having problem in outcome is that virtually all the valuation were based on value in use. So when they get to the market and they want to sell, there'll be market mismatch. The asset pricing will be wrong. The asset allocation will be wrong. Then when you now go back that you are a valuer, they look at you are not a serious person. You want to confuse me more. And there are narration of plethora of cases so it's not a Nigerian thing. So don't let us start saying it's because we are black. No. In US, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, there was a case like that on tax issue. There was a property was valued about 300-something million for tax. And the individual said, look, the valuation is predicated on value in use. And come to think of it, larger percentage of churches in Lagos, they bought warehouses or factory workshops. When they were buying it, they were not buying those warehouses to use it as a factory. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they are not buying factories. They were buying a center for members to come and worship. So that gives you an idea of that. And the court says that, look, you cannot sustain valuation based on value in use. You should do it based on value in exchange. I don't want to talk about valuation standard. Mr. Akulalonga is here. He's an apostle of Green Book and valuation standard. Even you see his suit, you could see standards there. But you could see standards. But let me leave this parting word because on this valuation standard, because I ran this slide with some of my friends, and to the best of intent, I want to avoid controversies. And I'm asking this question. Mr. Lanio, do you observe that 80% of banks that are still doing valuation of a bank are putting for sale value there? Why the silence? No, why the silence? Is that what? No, I'm just telling him. But you know the truth is this. One of the biggest problems that we have when we want to auction for banks is the for sale value that we're still playing with. And we need to come to that the valuation standard talks more about liquidation value. And we still put it there, and we don't even educate the market about the consequences of those decisions. So let me not talk. Let me move further. Next slide. The board is here. The board is here. And the board will come with the guidance notes on that. Now, let me talk about ESG. I want to talk about ESG. Now, finance, if you don't tinker our practice towards people in finance, we will disappear from the market, God forbid. Finance is going at exponential function, and we are still using four-figure table in practice. Look, finance is talking about social impact investment value. They're talking about investment value in terms of social investment, ethical consideration, and our valuation is not going towards that line. It's funny. Now, I want to show, you are not there, please. The next one. Yeah. I will tell you a true life story about an aircraft that they asked us to auction. And you know the first thing that I always think when I receive an auction instruction, the first thing is the fee. The fee. If this thing, in fact, I said, God, this one, if it happens, I will do this. But going beyond that compartment, I need to be sincere with ourselves about our valuation. The valuation was done, and I look at the valuation. I said, if you attend this valuation right, it's going to be a good thing for us. For 3 months, praying in tongues, speaking the word, confessing word of faith, it was just not adding up. Now they brought a foreign firm to join us. And I buried my ego because the client tried, gave you something to auction for 3 months. You are not auctioning it. And the client needs money. So we joined the guy. And the guy distilled the valuation. Now, ESG is about the environment, the society, the social factor, and corporate governance. You know this thing that is called corruption in Nigeria? Corruption. And the guy said, look, Tope, to get this thing a certain value, that the valuation instruction in Nigeria is not looking at it, you deregister this aircraft in Nigeria. Go and register it in Ghana. He said, to reprocess this aircraft and put it in auction in international space, what you pay, go and ask this guy, Richard Braxton, his experience in Nigeria about Virgin Nigeria. When I read that story, I changed my hair. Beyond the license, Okonjo-Iweala said something that the tax that you pay within ports in Lagos, you pay NDLEA, you pay custom and tradition and excise, you pay police, you pay this tax force. The same thing impacted. But the valuers that did the valuation, we did not capture those things. There was a joint auction that was done by about 4 firms, we and about 3 of our colleagues, for banks. Valuation were done in the dry season. The property were put in the market in the thick of the rainy season. Don't ask me about the result. Come to Dolphin in my office 2 hours after rain. Do you understand? We need to start capturing those things in our valuation report. Let me move very fast. Information asymmetry and market efficiency. Well, I won't want to talk too much about market efficiency, about valuation and perfect market and perfect market systems. Valuation, no, we have assumption in valuation report about assuming all this information, this. Those same thing about auction. And what gladdens me about valuers is this. When we blame valuers that their valuation report is not meeting the market price, what we want to do about valuers, when you do your market, when you do a good valuation report, and information asymmetry distorts the market, and the value is getting bigger than you think. I'm telling you the truth. Information asymmetry counts in auction and the way you play it. We've been involved in auction for a corporate organization that the wife of one of the top guys got to know that one of the top guys wants to buy cars via auction for the other room set of people. So the wife decided to come and bid. Who will outbidder? It's not economic surplus or economic something. The economic rent will come out. We need to look at information asymmetry. Now, let me try to be fast before I round up. What exactly will an auctioneer want to see in valuation report? What do I want to see in valuation report? And I'll start telling you small by small, little by little, some things. Composite experience has shown me that a lot of us that are doing valuation for banks, we don't ask for the title documents. Heavy access mixed price. You assume that the guy has 99 on expired terms. He comes to the market, an auctioneer look at the report. He wants to look at it, discover that the unexpired term is no more than 6 years. I'm telling you, there's no way that value will match the market expectation. In valuation reports, we are so smart at times, we don't even put the status of tenancy there. In auction, the auctioneer wants to know the status of the tenants. When you are auctioning a property and the tenant still have 5 years lease there, the pricing dynamics will change. The pricing dynamics will change. Oftentimes, valuers, in fact, there was an auction I was involved in just 2 weeks ago. It was God that, it was experience. When Laban said, I have learned by experience that God blessed me through Jacob. It was an experience that helped me. We're about starting the auction, that we've done the first lot, we're in the second lot. And what we did was we just imported data that we have in the valuation report done by my friend. So the guy raised up his hand. He said, sir, said that generator that you wrote 1,000 kVA is 800 kVA. We have advertised. Do you understand what it's called about? The pricing will change. I said, but we saw the valuation report with this. Now, in auction, your details is a detailed process. And that's why in auction, they pay you good fee than the estate agency oftentimes, because they believe that you've done a great job. So they need that, the status, the methodology. We need to go back to school. I learn daily. Sincerely, we need to go back to school. Last conference, I was privileged to be a panelist, and we're talking about asset pricing. You are saying that you advise a client to buy a property, federal government property, the client could not gain entrance into the property, then the federal government should be blamed. You should be blamed as a valuer. Your pricing mechanism was totally faulty. Risk is part of what we are pricing. Ingress, ingress is part of what we are pricing. That goes in your valuation reports. So when you don't get all those things, if an auctioneer wants to see all those things in our report, if you see some report, you just see location, description, picture, value. You start scratching yourself. How did we get into these things? Now back to school. Let me face lecturers that are here. Professor Ojo Ogerengbe, today, my friend, I think we have a big goal work. And if this assembly would do an expansion for us, bring us together, let's do knowledge sharing. Let's discuss what we have done right, what we have done wrong, and plan further. Our methodology should be top-notch. Look, there are banks in Nigeria when you do valuation reports. When you see response from mail, you must know that it's a practicing valuer that is responding that mail. They will question your YP. You can't, they will talk to you that your asset pricing mechanism, the truth is this, majority of the decisions that will be taken based on your reports are financial reports. And they are lifetime decisions that can sell people to any grief. So they look at the methodology. Are you back there? Now they look at location, physical address. Look, I've seen valuation report that will say property at Awolowo Road. Property along Awolowo Road. What is your name? My name is somebody. You are not Mr. Somebody. We need to be very definite. GPS, use all those things to get it right. And there's this funny thing about business valuation I think I must have my own. And I discuss with some of my friends at times. They will ask us to do valuation. XYZ Hotel. You write valuation of XYZ Hotel. That XYZ Hotel is just a franchise that has a limited substance to the property that you are valuing. So you aggregate what it's not into it. And when you want to sell, you sell piecemeal, decomposing it. I've been guilty of it, but I won't be guilty of it again because of further exposure. Business valuation will put name of those business in that valuation that has a limited lifespan, that the assets that will be sold. Look, you've seen Lebanese that walked out of Nigeria after 5 years of setting up business. But they have names of that business implanted on their assets. So when you want to do the asset audit disaggregation, that's when you know that that asset does not belong to the person. We were involved with bank that sees assets that they want to sell, only for them to discover all those assets were leased assets. Particularly for aircraft, wet lease, all those things are there. But when we are doing our own valuation, we don't get to details to ask for those leases. And that's why people at times said, do you guys actually know your job? We know our job, but we just need to go more deep. Let me be very fast. For plant and machinery, and before, let me disrupt something. You know this car called Toyota Corolla? We know it very well. When they ask you to do valuation for the Toyota Corolla, Tokumbo car, that's the worst thing about market disruption I've seen in auction. They will tell you, if you buy a car at 3 million 2 years ago, definitely, all things being equal, the value should go down. Do you agree with me? Not Toyota Corolla for auction. Not Toyota Corolla for auction. Look, there was one auction I was involved in. I was confused. I said, is this economic theory or economic? But you know the truth? When you put a Corolla car for an auction, I don't know where the turning for demand comes from. Uber drivers, they will go to any extent to bid, and you will start saying, this thing is 2.5. They will bid to 5.5. But anyway, your fee is guaranteed. That's it. Let me close, because I don't have enough time again. And I want to say this thing is this. What's the beauty of coming here? We've discussed opportunities at our disposal that we need to still jump at. Now we can start talking to public sector, telling them that everything we are putting in the market for auction is good, but there must be a valuation. We must talk to asset manager that these assets that you are managing, particularly the one that you are not trading in the markets, to know whether the asset is doing well, going up or down, you need what? Evaluation. Then we've learned that too, for asset allocation, our valuation must be improved on. Our technicalities must well understand. We must understand the processes, and we must share knowledge ourselves. And back to my lecturers, the professors. You are trying, but you need to do more jobs. Sincerely. And that comes to call today, Oladokun. Permit me to call him by name because we are friends. So, Professor, let me call you back. Prof. So, for audience, I've had cause to call them at odd hours. That the quality of graduates are so good in technicalities. And the final word is this: you can never be good in valuation if you don't understand the arts of valuation. When they say valuation is an art and science, the art of valuation is what the science actually reinforces to get the market value. If you don't understand those arts, what you are doing is this: you are just doing a scientific model that has no correlation with activities in the marketplace. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank God that Tokwe Ojo did not come with his gavel. He would have sold the jacket of our second vice. Because he's already eyeing the jacket and knowing the value already. Oh, there's already a of what is acceptable, because those templates have been sent to the banks and most of our consumers. So they have an expectation of what should be in your valuation report. Please try to lay your hands on them and be current with what the clients or demand institutions will require of you. The last paper we are presenting today is by Professor Ogunleye, the immediate past chairman of Business Asset and Intellectual Property Valuation Professional Group. He was formerly the HOD of the Estate Management and Valuation Department of Futa, a fellow of the institution, and former chairman of the Ondo State branch. He has served in various committees. Like I said, he was bereaved. When we were putting this together, I told the chairman of the subcommittee on Valuers Assembly, everybody call you Mr. IP, so why don't deliver? But he said no. But now that the family of the speaker is bereaved, they have now fallen back. I didn't say you are the one that killed the family member. Oh. So please want to welcome our own Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Lekan Akinwumi, to deliver the paper. Let's put our hands together for him. Sincerely, in the last few weeks, he's been doing very well. Are you aware of it? So let's put our hands together for him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, sir, and other ITBU members, especially the president of this institution. My senior noble colleagues, my headers in the house, this is a big shoe that they asked me to wear this afternoon, but I just have to wear it. I know that the headers are behind me. Thank you. This afternoon, we are looking at intellectual property and small, medium scale enterprises. And how does it relate to market, taking your ideas to the market? And then we'll be looking at it, what are our rules in IP, and then the marketplace. Like it was rightly said, this paper is supposed to be delivered by Professor Bamidele Ogunleye, but due to some issues, it was bereaved. I have to do the justice to it. Thank you. The next slide, please. by introduction. That's the real and the intangible assets that made up the business assets. And as being researched, the latest research on it, on IP, is that 90% of business assets are now IP. And if 90% of business assets are IP, then we have a role to play. Because we have to play a role in the financial transaction, then the economy too. It is time that we are looking beyond bricks and mortar. We are no longer in the agrarian revolution. We are now in the technology revolution. That is why somebody can just carry his portfolio, enter into a country, and by the time he's also going with that portfolio, but he has made millions out of your country. So idea is what is taken to the market. I'm sure this morning some of us will make use of Bolt or Uber. The owner of Bolt or Uber, they are not the owner of the cars, but they have the application that can be used, and they are making their money out of it. So somebody will buy his car and then register it with Bolt. But somebody that have idea is now charging on what you are using your car to do. That is where the ideas come into play. So sometimes ago, there was kind of a riot in Abuja between the Uber drivers and the Uber app owners, that what they are charging them is too much. Because that is the idea, the intellect that they are able to use, and they are making their money. So what the business are now is beyond just the bricks and mortar, the machine that we have. All of us, every day of our life, we make use of one IP or the other. Even we make combination of it. The wristwatch you are having is made up of series of IP. We have industrial design on it, we have patents, we have copyright on it. And all this is not made by just one person. There is a combination of it together. The car we are riding is a combination of people that make it. We have different manufacturers for the tire, and we have different manufacturers for the brakes element, the pad element, and all the rest like that. These are the ideas that they are bringing into place and bringing into the marketplace. Bringing ideas to the marketplace is talking about the commercialization of the ideas that's being innovated, and somebody have to make use of it and pay for it at the end of the day. So we are emphasizing that, look, when we are describing IP, is a tool that a nation can use to develop its economy. And the nations that are in the forefront of IP, some of them have 6% of their GDP is from the IP, because it has the valuation aspect and also the management side of it. Slide 4, please. However, that the micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises is fully developed. If fully developed, we have identified as being beneficial in alleviating poverty through wealth and job creation. The MSCE made a significant contribution to economy. They represent 90% of business and more, 70% of employment worldwide. So in this small, medium enterprise, they are the largest employers of labor. Come to look at it, in our small business, when you employ 4 people and then another person is having, let's take a pure water factory, for example. We have the machine operator, we have the loaders, we have the drivers, and we have maybe about 10 pure water factory around in a town. That means they have the larger, employees more than the normal corporate was. And that was the research that was done as of 2021, even early of this year. At 70% of employment worldwide is made up in this sector. And that is the sector that we are looking at that we need to play a role there. Because everybody have one element of IP or the other that he wants to display. The next slide, please. Meaning and the concept of IP. Intellectual property is an umbrella term for various legal entitlements which attach to certain names, written and recorded media, and inventions. The word IP refers to creation of mind and expression, invention, literary and artistic words, symbols, names, and images, etc. That are the things that are used in the commerce. And they are so broad because we have them together. And as we are in this room now, if at the end of the day, maybe the people that are recording our assembly now decided to commercialize the record, means they are infringing on our rights. Because if you don't give them the consent to do so, that is infringement on its own. And that is a serious issue. So IP is all-embracing. It cuts across. It is not just a one single entity. The following slide. So intangible assets is IP is a general term for the set of intangible assets owned and legally protected by a company or individual from outside use or implementation without consent. That is, if you develop an IP without your consent and somebody makes use of it, it's an infringement. That is why it is an individual thing. You are being protected. You are the one that can monopolize it. If you don't give your consent and somebody should go ahead and infringe on it, that person is liable, can be charged either for civil or criminal. Because that is a thin line between the criminality and the civil one bit. So the definition of intangible assets as the creation of intakes for which a monopoly is assigned to designate owner by law. It is given to you. For example, the copyright has it. Immediately you write something and you put it in the public place, you are being protected by copyright. If somebody should want to reproduce such write-up, that person has already infringed on your right. The next slide, please. The meaning and the content of intellectual property. There was a convention by World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, on this in July 1967 that listed the literary, the artistic, and the scientific world, performance of performing acts, pornographic, broadcast, invention, scientific discoveries, industrial design, trademark services, markets and marks, and commerce names and designation, protection against unfair competition. All these are the conventions that make up and describe what we have as IP. Then we have them in classes. Number one, we have copyright. That one is the general one. And copyright cut across. All others, there is no product that exists without copyright. At least something have to be written on it. And when you have the manual, like we have the manual on them and the name that they bear and the little literature on them, that is copyright. And they are well protected. In 2015, WIPO affirmed that copyright laws grant authors, artists, and other creators protection for their literary and artistic creation, generally referred to as works. So it is your works. And when you have that, and copyright can live 70 years after the demise of the author. If somebody produced something that is protected by copyright, the 70 years after his demise, that particular work can go into the public. Anybody that, try to copy or make use of that works before that 70 years after his demise, that person have already infringed on his right. The next type of IP is patents. That is when you have done your scientific discovery and you now come up maybe with a formula, like we do have in drugs, and we have in motorbike and all the rest like that. The patent can only live for 20 years. After 20 years, it's going to public. So they have their own lifespan. And the lifespan of patents is just 20 years. And for example, if you are going into commercialization with somebody, and you don't know that maybe that particular works is just having 5 years lifetime, then there will be a problem in going to such transaction. The next one is the trademark. Trademark is a distinctive name, sign, or logo, which is uniquely identify the source of goods and services. You have your trademark. Every one of us, we have our trademark, the logo on our letterhead paper. That is our trademark. That is the name we are known for, and that is what represents our offices. And for that, the trademark law that exists protects you from when you register your trademark. You have to do a renewal every 5 years. And that is the longest IP that exists after the copyright. Because as long as you are renewing 5 years, that trademark will continue. That is why we have the Coca-Cola of this world. We have, Cadbury, we have Guinness, we have others like that. Because they continue to register to renew their trademark. So now, as long as they are doing the renewal every 5 years, the trademark will continue to work for them. And it is well protected. They don't allow any other person to make use of it. If somebody is using a trademark that is similar to Coca-Cola, it's going to cause confusion in the marketplace. And they don't want that. And we also have the industrial design. Industrial design talks about the design that we have on the bottles. Like the bottle of the water that we are drinking, that's industrial design. The car we ride, that is industrial design. That particular design cannot be registered for somebody else except you, that you make that design and registered it. Because if you don't register it, somebody may use it, and it is the person that registered it that will lay claim to that. So the last one, which is a community one, is the geographical indication. That one can be used for a product to announce or to be attached to a particular community. Like we have Ofada rice. Ofada is a town, but we have rice from that place. So when you look at it, it's a different ballgame. Quickly, I want you to go to slide 15, please. The IP and the SME, what is the role? Because it is what you have that you are bringing to the market. You have an idea and you are bringing it to the market, and you don't have the finance. when you bring up your idea in terms of commercialization, then our role as estate surveyors and valuer in this is that we are to determine what is the value of these IPs. They are just similar with what we know, the way we make use of a market method, cost method, and investment method, all the rest like that. It's similar. But the key thing that is very, very different, that I would say is different, is the identification. How do you identify that particular IP that you have? Then what is the use? Because you have to understand the use. Somebody that wants to finance an SME based on your IP, you that want to value it must understand the use and what can likely be the cash flow. Because you'll be combining the feasibility studies and then the valuation. At the initial stage, you'll be doing the feasibility studies, and later you come back to the valuation. Because when you are already trading, then you have to use valuation to make sure that that particular right is still valuable. Go to slide 20. Element to be considered when valuing IP. Clear identification of IP, unambiguous title of the asset, qualification and quantitative characteristics of IP, earning capacity and profitability relating to the IP. You must understand this, that is, that particular IP have a long span of inflow. If it doesn't, that means that particular IP cannot go far. So you have to know the type of IP that you are valuing. Then the market share. How can it penetrate into the market? What is the sharing capacity? Then the legal rights and the restriction that is available. As somebody, invested what you are about to put into the market, as somebody registered, these are the restrictions that you have to take care of. Then you also have to know the product life cycle and the positioning of that particular product. Then historical growth and prospects for the future of that particular P. Slide 21. IP valuation, IP asset valuation is critical if we are to make informed decisions concerning IP in Nigeria. And that is the gap. The Copyright Commission, they always go to court prosecuting, but when it comes to what is the value of the IP that they are trying to prosecute somebody for infringement on or piracy, it becomes an issue. Even though the law has it, the way and the methodology of doing that, but it doesn't work. Like somebody that sued for infringement for 105 million naira. At the end of the day, the judge awarded 500,000, and the case was on for 3 years because the judge doesn't understand the IP and he doesn't understand how can he award over 100 million naira for infringement. And these are the basic things that the Copyright Commissions are looking at it, that they can partner with us, and then we have to work on that. When you are doing commercialization of IP, you'll be talking about the franchise, the license, or the sales of that particular IP. That is what is in vogue now, the commercialization of IP. People want to put their invention into the marketplace. And then you can do valuation for commercialization, valuation for financial reporting. It's so funny at times when you look at balance sheet or some even manufacturing companies that they don't have intangible assets on their listing. Very funny. And International Accounting Standard 38 has the methodology and how the IP valuation can be carried out. We also have it in the public accounting, IPSAS. IPSAS 31 also states how you can recognize IP when you are carrying out the valuation. Then finally, when you want to invest, when you talk about merger, acquisition, and partnership. Fortunately, most of the mergers that are being done in Nigeria, they don't look at the IP side. is the intangible asset. That is why you see banks will merge and they will forget about their names and their logos and then just go down like that. They are looking at the physical asset alone. And their names alone, their intangible asset, paying them more than what the bricks and mortar. The challenges that we're having is that most people that even have it, they don't recognize it. Then lack of data, as was mentioned earlier, that there's no data. And why there's no data is because of the secrecy that we have in this sector. Nobody wants to expose his IP. Somebody said they want to register a design. And I said, okay, we'll help you to do the registration. But he said, well, there must be an undertaking that the design will not be exposed so that somebody will not go and steal it. So he's still keeping it, he has not registered it. So if somebody now have that kind of a design tomorrow and register it earlier than him, he that is keeping his own for years will not be able to make use of it again. The ignorance of the owners about it, many people they just say, well, this little thing. But that little thing, somebody can turn it around and make it so big. Then lack of interest, from the professional angle too, we don't really look at it that is something that we really need to work on. And we really need to do that because even to develop Nigeria market, we need the organs of government. But last year, the Minister of Science and Tech, he ordered all the agencies that they should begin to register all their research works and make sure that they patent it. And after patenting, then you have to commercialize. That means it's coming back to the market. And in NOTAD, they said, well, the gap they are having is that it is what you call your asset that they will put in the paper for you. But they need you to close the gap, and which we need to really close the gap. And that is why we need to train ourselves and also retrain ourselves and also educate the owners for the importance of IP. Thank you very much.
You can see intellectual property. Immediately he saw me coming to the podium, he ran away. Let's put our hands together for him. Mr. IP, God bless you. These vehicles are blocking people. Please go and remove or repack them. Highlander, PHC 195AG. Another Highlander, APP 597DE. Corolla KRD 295GY. You see what Tokwe Ojo just said? All of them are Toyota brands. We want to give rooms now for questions. And the chairman of the board said we will have maximum of 3 questions per each of the presenters. So if you have any question, can we see your hands up so that we can give you a number? Comments will come later. If you want to comment later, but for now, we want to have questions. So if you have a question, can we? Yes, 1. Any other person? Oh, 2. Please remember your number. 3. We have 4. We have 5. Going. 1 more. So I have 6. So can I have number 1? Please, can you rise? Okay, somebody go there with the mic. We need a second mic. Audio people can, yes. Okay, there's a mic going around there, yes. Yes, the gentleman. We would like your name.
Yes, dominion. My question is, I realize national board register when the federal government having what happened. So wondering how that would.
Thank you very much. Question number 2. Let's note all the questions and then we'll answer. Number 2 is behind. Number 2, okay, sorry.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Kajitan Ohiri. I come from Imo State. I managed to break through the the blockages to be here. My question goes to the first presenter. Very beautiful. But I tend to be a bit worried with the template you presented for the valuation of the club. I checked both the income method and the cost approach. I discovered that in all of them, you didn't mention the intangible assets there. And it occurred to me when the auctioneer came up and started with Messi and Ronaldo and how much they were purchased. Their shirts alone, both in France and UK. One was £187, £1,000, £1 million, sorry. And one was £103 million. And if in valuing clubs, you don't look at their goodwill, the intangible assets associated with such clubs, how do you think that the valuation will actually be complete? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some of us are concerned that maybe we'll forget the question as the resource person is answering. The resource person
Over what? Rates. Is it not so? There is no visitor in our midst. A has proffered what he feels, B has proffered, and we have all learned. Because I stand to, Benga told us, if you go and value a 4-bedroom, you don't know that there was a raft foundation or it was built on pile, and you used 300. This man went and they told him, we built this place was waterlogged, we built it, and he came out with a different figure. It's an opinion which he has expressed based on his information. He says, I use 4, thank God that we have taken the bull by the horns, and I'm not giving a vote of thanks. The vote of thanks will come. I'm just giving an overview comment, because before I leave, I told the rapporteur, Pastor, please, no, don't ask all of us to comment, otherwise we will not leave here by 7. What I have asked all of us here to do, please, all your comments, send it to us. We have a table here. All the comments, if all of us here, if we are 300, if we have 300 comments, we will sit down and analyze it. And by next year, by the kind grace of God, God keeping all of us alive, I will still be a chairman, so I will tell you the comments we got and what we made out of it. I want to get an acclamation to that. So that I want us to, all comments will be received and taken care of. Take that from me. It's a promise. That is on one side. The other side is that, please, my lecturer, my colleague from Nnamdi Azikiwe University, what of Ifeanyi Emo? He's still there. Since I am the chairman of your board, this board has never shared. I've not been told that the board has ever shared jobs to surveyors. We have never, we have never shared jobs. And when it comes to that, I'm an expert in sharing. If jobs come under my purview that it will be shared, I will call all of us as we are here and share it again. So please, we have never shared jobs, but we will encourage all of us to help each other. Because we are all doing business, and business is information. Today, we have seen a lot of lapses, a lot of conditions, a lot of opportunities in this profession. And we have all taken a position. I used to have a lecturer in UI, Professor Agbola. When you ask him a question in class, at the end of that class, he will give you, say, write a term paper for me. That question you ask him, he will tell you to go back and research on it and write a term paper for him. So for me, I want, Tokpe, please. Yes. Tokpe has kept us standing. Tokpe has given us a high jump to run. I want to stand here in front of all these registered persons. I want Tokpe to give this your board a blueprint of how we should run and make sure we are as relevant as anybody in the profession of auctioneering. Let him give us a blueprint so that next year when he stands, he says, I gave this board headed by Gail Henshaw a blueprint, do this, and they have not done it. We will have it. We'll have a check line. The things we can do, we will try to do it. The ones we cannot do, we will still continue until we get there, but we will not rest on our oars. All the areas that we need to do. Please, Tokpe, I have stood in front of the registered persons here. You are here. You have given us a high jump. The things we need to do, the things we didn't do, the things which we can still do. And the NIFES president is here. This board is two sides of one coin with knives. We have agreed to work together for our own good. I'm not working for Wike. Wike is not working for me. We are all working for ourselves. Because if you didn't make me chairman, I will not be chairman. I'm here only because you are there. So please, the comments I want is all of us here have ideas. When I assumed this office, I opened up my doors. Said, it's not a secret. If you come to my village, we have a when you are not a member, you don't enter. This one, all of us are members. That's why we are here. So please, all what you want done with your help, put it in black and white. Send it to us. Keep your copy so that you use it to judge us. We'll do our utmost to move to where we should be. Thank you.
For your information, the chairman of the board is a high chief. Yes, please, let's put our hands together for. And the chairman of the urban forum. So let's put our hands together for him. Very soon he will be looking strange in suit. He must wear. He's a potential urban. That means the next one. Now, the next item we have is to present the flag to our resource persons who have loved to give them 10 million each, but this is an IP, it's an intellectual property. Because it carries the signature of our chairman. That's why I told you first what his new position is. So it's carrying, so the signature is very expensive. So you need to engage the services of the IP faculty. This is more than 10 million. Because in the next 5 years, people will be looking for it. So please keep it very, very well. So I want to call the chairman to please help us in presenting the plaques to the people.
I have my esteemed board members here. And this is Valuers Assembly organized and presented by the board. I will call from Mrs. Segwatu. All my board members will present this plaque to all the recipients. There are 4 of them, so 4 boards, starting from Mrs. Segwatu.
You see, that's one of the beauty we have brought to the board in the recent times. Board members are called out to shake hands and give plaques out. So we will start from the lead speaker. And since Dr. Mrs. Egwatu has been called, I don't know if she's a chief yet. She's always announcing the chiefs in the board. Aspiring chief. No, somebody says aspiring chief. Small chief. No, you have been given one now. They say small chief. So please, you have to come up, ma, and then you come and give to our. Let's put our hands together for her, please.
On behalf of the board and the entire members of the Estate Surveyors and Registration Board of Nigeria and Estate Surveyors and Valuers, we want to thank you immensely for the erudite presentation. It was quite rewarding, and we thank you and wish you well. And on behalf of the board, we present this.
Alaji Shatima, you are next in line. El Laguru. We want to call on Estate Surveyor and Valuer Professor Olusegun Adebayo Ogumba. Please. Another a board member and a prof. Yes. It's allowed. Imagine that you are seeing Professor Ogumba.
ESB Professor Olusegun Adebayo, in appreciation of your role as a resource person at the 2021 Valuers Assessment, hereby present to you is.
So we want to call on Professor Chafe Abdullahi to please come up. The next person is Estate Surveyor and Valuer Dr. Uche Okochi. You're welcome.
Okay. On behalf of the board, I present these plots to Dr. Uche Okoraji Augustine, fellow of the institution, as you have presented a wonderful paper to the Valuers Day. So on behalf of the board, I congratulate you for a job well done. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Want to call on Estate Surveyor and Valuer Niyi Fadoju to please come and do the next presentation. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Temitope Olayinka Ojo, please, you're welcome.
The Estate Surveyors and Valuer Registration Board of Nigeria, regulating the valuation and property production in Nigeria. On behalf of the board, I would like to commend you for a job well done, and also remind you that we will be expecting very shortly the blueprint from you. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Ojo Temitope Olayinka, my very good friend, brother, and senior from you know where.
Professor Peter Ogrimbe, please. Come and give the next plaque to Professor Ogunleye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Esvarbon and Knives, I want to appreciate you for what you have delivered this afternoon or this evening for us. So I present this to ESV Professor Bamidele Ogunleye, Speaker, in appreciation of your role as a resource person at the 2021 Valuers Assembly. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
You are going with my microphone. He wants to go and find out the IP value of the microphone, since we have been using it since morning. At this junction, it gives me great joy to call on our own registrar, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Ifeanyi Uzowanne, the very powerful, I think he too is a high chief. Huh? It's an Eze. It's an Eze. Well, he needs a wedge collar, sir.
I came with detergent. Thank you. Oh, what a glorious day for estate surveyors and valuers in the country. It is joy. I am swimming in it. I don't know about you. But we called you. Even at a time that the economy is wonderful. We asked you to pay money, not even a lean one. But here you are. It's joy. It's gladness. It's commendable. There is also a challenge for us to do more for you. My chairman, sir, we are profoundly grateful to you. But I want you to know the declaration the chairman made in his address today, that come next year, today assembly will be a tip of the iceberg. You will have so much. We will bring persons whose services or that requires your services. We will want to hear more from them, the expectation. And we'll be sure to put action to it. When Estate Surveyor and Valuer Alonge was in the board and lit the candle, it was all joy for me as a registrar. But when he left and the fire went off, and today, the leadership of the board by Estate Surveyor and Valuer Henshaw have restored that light. You can see how delighted I am. I want to let us know that the regulation and control of this practice has entered a new gear. We are engaging persons who require your service, and we are even compelling them, because we have opened up the act that established this profession. And we are bringing forth all its aspects and shades so as to ensure that what belongs to you is not only, will not be touched nor shared. Yes, we appreciate the stand of government sometimes in getting things politicized, but we are also engaging them. And I want to tell you that it's going to be far better than you know it before. I want to assure you that going forward, you will be delighted about the changes you will see in this practice. The board parades a cream of persons
both in the academia. You can see the persons who came out here to present the plaque. Professors from the nook and crannies of the university we have here. And for them who are also representing the minister, incidentally, they are also persons who are critical. Somebody like Niyi Fadoju will not let anything pass by that belongs to you and allow another take it. And so it's a new dawn for you and for the profession. We also want you to know that we expect you. Recently we published your list, your names on the paper. We are going to produce a register, and we are going to take the register to far and near. I'm happy that over the world, today's event is being spread across. No sooner we publish the list, I received a call from London concerning one of us. It was even a lawyer who presented his name for a service. And behold, the person said they visited our site and they didn't see his name. And I said, please hold it there. When we put the name on the website, we open the window of 7 days, and the days have not expired. So if you have not seen his name, it is possible his name will come before the term expires. And by the time we call the young man, sorry to say, for the past 4 years, he has not renewed his license. And I said, please take occasion of this window that's open to make sure your name is there. And by the time the 7 days expired, she was calculative enough to count the 7 days. And immediately the 7 days ran out, she called again and told me, yes, he has seen his name there. She has seen his name, the person's name there, and he can count on me. I said, yes. The board that regulates the practice in the country is reliable and dependable. I don't know about you, who is delaying your renewals. What you have today is also a condition precedent to renewal of your license next year. It is not just sufficient to pay. Yes, it is axiomatic you must pay. But it is also crucial that you meet these continuing professional requirements. I'm happy, like Chairman said in his address, that the institution have not rested in its hours of continuing development of its members, which he made mandatory. The board is not taking it lightly also. So please, the activities of continuing development of your practice and your knowledge, which your institution laboriously apply itself to, must be taken seriously. For we too at the board will so deem it and take it serious. So we want you to know that your practice next year, it shall be all glorious. And I want to assure you that your levels in practice will change. The board will create the enabling environment for you, and you'll be delighted about the practice of this profession in this country. On this note, I want to thank all of you. I'm sure that even what we presented to you, if you value it, it is more than what you paid for. So we ask for your change. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Please, before you end up, please, I have a wonderful message for all of us here. Dr. Mrs. Segwatu, please, you are the lead team on this we have just signed an MOU with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors of UK. I want to bring that to all of us here. And Mrs. Segwatu, please, can you in 2 minutes tell them how far we have gone, and that we are having this first batch of reciprocity training by RICS, which will lead to the next stage. And the first phase, you will tell us, they said maybe they wanted to take like 40. I told her I will not be part of it because you are just trying to train your board members and the big people. So they are opening a window, maybe 40 to 200 is going to be virtual. But that is the beginning of our reciprocity with RICS, which we have achieved within this, my short stay in office. Ms. Segwato, please. So that when we confirm the dates of this training, it will be posted and it will be on first come, first served basis. If they are going to take the first 200 of us, it's the first 200 who registers that will do the training. It is going to be on a continuous, please carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and distinguished members of the high table, and noble colleagues. Yes, like the chairman has already introduced, we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with the RICS to train our estate surveyors and valuers, only the registered estate surveyors and valuers. And we noticed that even in the IVS, the Esvarbon is a member as a body. The NIVES is a member as a body. But our names, we are not on record as people that have been trained to comply with IVSC. We have a green book, which is a compilation of the IVS standards and the RICS global standard, which is a framework that has complied with the international valuation standards. And we want to get to that level of being known as valuers that have been trained in line with the IVSC. And very soon, we are going to have a training for our members, and we want to start with 200 people. It's going to be virtual because I've interacted with a few people because they wanted to know how we want it. And being in the season of COVID, we don't think having a physical meeting will be, it won't give us a wide range of reach out to members. And we think virtual will be the best for now. So we are going to come up with the modalities and we will reach out to all of you. They are talking about the cost of £40 per person, which if you convert it, it should be about 28,000 naira in the current rate for today, although it keeps changing. So I've also interacted with some people who say that that's fair enough. We still try to find out if we can press it down to something lower so that more people will benefit. But the 200 people, we're also going to spread it to capture people in the public sector, people in the academic institutions, and those in practice. And we try to find a way of collecting the money, by the board collecting the money and making the payment to avoid a situation where every individual person that registers, we have to pay the charges, the transfer charges. So if it's gathered together, the board can now, it will now be one-off payment coming with one transfer charges. So by the time the details are out, we will send it and you'll try as much as possible. Once we reach the number we're expecting, we stop for this particular one. And that training, we're expecting it to come up this year before the end of the year. Thank you very much.
That's the chairman of the Education Committee of Esvarbon. Let's put our hands together for her. Well, when we came back from break, I said anybody that is sleeping, we will test the person for COVID. So because of that, nobody slept. Let's put our hands together for ourselves. The rapporteurs want to appreciate the team that was put up together quickly. We have Professor Ajayi. Please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for them. We have Professor Ogedengbe. Let's put our hands together for him. And then we have Dr. Egwa too. Please, ma'am. Let's put our hands together for them. If we have comments and whatever, please let's ensure the guests to the site between now and the next 72 hours. The chairman of the board has given them to the end of this month to put all this together so that we can now work on them. So thank you for work that you're doing for us. And then we have an announcement here that there'll be a meeting of the Status and Government Relations Committee immediately after this seminar in this same hall. I hope they are going to pay part of the money we used to pay for the hall. No, we will surcharge them. Sir? Esvarbon. Committee of which body? That's another investigation. They say we are the same side of the same coin. Eh? I should ask him fully. I shall now use fully. They know themselves. So thank you very much. On this note, we want to call it a day. We started by praying for our dear nation, Nigeria, and I believe the audio people are there who all rise and do the same prayer. Before we do that, please, sorry. The chairman wants us to take photographs, and we will take them per roll. So we have roll 1, row 2, 3, and 4. So everybody on row 4 or row 1 will come forward and just stay here. Everybody on the high table will sit where they are so that they can capture with the back. Okay, they say some can come behind if you so wish and stand. Everybody should come. If all of them come, they will block the... Okay. Photographer, which one do you want? Down or up? Okay, it says everybody on this row, please come up stage and stand behind. Anybody that is tall there will kneel down. Those on my right, they say some of them should spread to the left so that we can have a balance. My left is here, sir. That's more space on the left. So thank you very much. Please go back this way, please, the same way you came. Those on this row too, please come up through this side so I can observe COVID regulation. Yes. Are you true? Are you done? Thank you. Row 3, please come. Official photographer. Please, we are blocking all those paparazzis. We are blocking. Yes. Please, you are blocking the photographer. Noble colleague. Aha, thank you. Thank you. Row 4, please. Please, those who are in the center, please, can you please leave that place so that the photographer can be able to. Photographer in white, you are blocking the official photographer. Now we are through. Can they give us the second stanza of the national anthem for us to close in prayers? Shall we? Okay. Let's get ready. High table, please. We are told to move to the background. Okay, prayers, please. Can we have that second stanza, please, play? Shall we all rise, please? Thank you very much. See you next year by the grace of God. Yes, another assembly. Please, the Status and Government Relation Committee, you are meeting right now with your chairman, ASV Allow.